Welcome associates, gather on a stand. This trial's a circus, but I've got a plan. Not a grifter, still worse than Dan. Hopscotch squares, don't trip, don't fall. BK in a felony, I've heard it all. Shake it, magic 8 ball. Tell me the truth, will justice call? Me be the diva, she's running the show. Chief Capone and that, yeah, everybody knows. Fact or fact, well, nobody knows. What the corn echoes as the chaos grows. My credibility left in a vehicle. Hopscotch squares, don't trip, don't fall. BK in a felony, I've heard it all. Shake it, magic 8 ball. Tell me the truth, will justice call? What the corn echoes as the chaos grows. My credibility left in a vehicle.
What's up, everyone?
I'll tell you that bunny at the end there looks pretty drunk.
He's just like, dun, dun, dun. Oh, rabbit hole. Let me jump in. It'll be fine.
It's like falls right in. Ah!
It's like, it's great. Come on down here with me. Oh, there's like a piece of fuzz or something. Whatever.
Oh my god, I saw a stink bug in my house today and I thought of you. I said, what the heck?
Freaking
How the
hate
hell
those
did you get in here? I'm like, it's
hate
35
those
degrees outside. How are you alive?
We had like a really nice weekend. And I'm not kidding. Well, it actually, like, first day spring, like, was really nice. And I'm not joking. The little teeny tiny, like, baby frogs, they call them peepers, were out the first night of spring. At least one. It sounded like a smoke detector. Its batteries needed to be replaced, but it had taken some meth. I mean, it was like, chirp, chirp, chirp. Like, what the heck is that? Like, no way can you be out now. Where? It's day one of spring. Like, shut up.
It's like half a chirp. It's like chirp, chirp, chirp. Kind of. It's like it's almost there because it's almost spring, but it's like still a little cold. So it's like, yeah, I'm half alive. Chirp, chirp.
I mean, it was nice. It was like he won't be chirping tonight. I'll just tell you that. And no, I didn't take him out. But it went from being, I think, 84 yesterday to 45 today.
Yeah, it was cold yesterday, and today it's 35, and it says it's going to snow. And I'm like, F my life.
Yeah, we aren't doing that. We aren't doing that. But it's like, go back to your little hibernation thing, little tiny frog.
Yeah.
Until, I mean, listen.
Well, he's probably still half frozen. He can only move half his chirper. So
well, he's not thawing out till like Wednesday. And then Friday, I think we're going. Thursday, I think it's going to be like 84 again, and then Friday 45. I'm like, what? What's happening? I know it's spring. It'll get better, so I'm still happy. Anyways, lost my mouse. There we go. What's up, Bad Dazzer? Good morning, Flash Fan. Ow, balls. How's it going, Bobby? Gabby had to explain that one to me. That was hilarious. Also, I said, even if it wasn't, I about said Minesweeper, which is way old for a game, Minecraft. Gabby would smack around creepers if she saw any, and she would build a giant middle finger in the valley just to let them know they're not welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
oh, good. What's up, Sharon?
Hey, Sharon. Hey.
Hello, whoever. I like how Bad Dazzer was like, hello, whoever, on time. Vehicle. Dan can't help you.
No, Dan cannot help you.
Dan is of no help.
Nope.
What's up, Ronnie?
Senorita Bonita! Where have you been all my life?
Maybe that's why you don't have a wife. Stop leaving your clothes on the floor.
That will never happen.
No, well,
I'm
I can't
telling
say
you
that.
right now, it's never going to happen.
No, don't say that because my husband does not leave his clothes on the floor anymore.
Well, how many years? Because I'm on 17 this year. So how many more do I got till he stops leaving them on the floor? Because I need a countdown here.
I will have been married for 34 years this June.
Yeah, see? Never going to happen.
You'll get there. I didn't get there overnight.
You'll get there. I
It
don't get there
was
overnight. 30-something years overnight.
I did. I mean, this was a lot. I had to teach and reteach and educate.
Every,
Like,
every time I dinged a bell, I gave him a treat, you know?
what's
It
up,
wasn't
Heidel?
overnight.
It's a lot of work. What's up, Snipe? I can. We have Minesweeper in Minecraft too. Oh, well, I just remember Minesweeper from the late 90s. Oh, good. I hope you have this on at your house so he heard me. Hello, Bree.
Hey, Bree.
Text me a warning next time, please. Dan can't help you.
No, he cannot.
No. Nope. If I had a wife, my clothes would stay off the floor. Damn right. And it's not even the way you're thinking, because she ain't picking up after you. And if she did, I'm going to talk to her.
I'm going to talk to her. Girl, you leave them clothes where they are. You step over them. And in fact, sometimes I've put them in the middle of a walkway and watched him step over them. And I was like, are you effing kidding me? I'm like, those are staying. And he'd be like, oh, why are these clothes here? Months later, I'm like, oh months! I think months!
It's officially 9 years tomorrow together, and he still leaves his clothes on the floor right next to the basket.
Yes!
You can break,
right
you can
next to
break
the
him.
basket!
You can break him, I promise. I was a wife before he was trained. True. But I still trained him.
Well, you know what?
Maybe he can't make a basket.
I know that's true for mine. I don't know about Mr. Pickle Pounder, but for mine, that's
Okay,
definitely
good. Thank
true.
you. Okay, he's under the house, so. Or he said he was going under your house. I don't know. That sounded
He's
bad.
under the
He's
house?
working.
Great.
He's
Oh,
working.
I just had the flashback of,
It's not. It's nothing
Wicked
creeper. You
Witch is
don't need to
dead,
go
Wicked
build
Witch is
a.
dead.
No, he's not. He's working. What's up, Deidre?
Hey, Deidre.
Why is he under the house? Dan, help. Dan can't help.
Yeah, Bobby, mind your business. You don't need to know why he's under the house.
Yeah, that sounded bad. My apologies.
Why is he under the house? Bobby's like, send help for that poor man.
That's where Bree and I keep them. That's how you train them. You keep them under the house until they're like, I'll put my clothes away. Okay.
No, that's the thing is, I just spoiled them too much, I think.
Yes. Wait. What was I talking? I don't remember what I said, Ginger. Are you talking?
Oh, the trial of the man under the house.
Oh,
Maybe? I don't know.
or Dan.
I think maybe she was joking. R.I.P. Dave could help.
R.I.P. Dave. Dave can't help. Dan can't help. There's no help
Nope.
from Dave or Dan.
No, and Dave took the tech with him, so we're all effed, okay?
You can't even call for help.
Yeah, you can't. That's it.
That's it.
He
You're
took all the
done.
boards and everything with him.
Yep, that's it.
You have to
Nope.
figure out how to do SOS with a flashlight. Sorry.
And you can't even Google it because you don't have the tech. Oh, Stacy
Oh,
Cananan.
Cananan.
Oh, that was Baker. Baker, watch out.
Yeah.
Baker. That sounds like Breaker 19.
Baker. 19.
Yeah, neither of them can make a basket either. That's right, because they can't shoot or score. And
Oh, I just ran around my living room when you said that.
oh yeah, we watched that. Duh. Oh my gosh, Deidre,
Yeah.
you have to forgive me. I have a headache.
Ah.
Thanks, Bad Dazzer.
I was like, that name sounds really familiar.
Me too. Me too. Baker. Sorry, Baker. You didn't watch that. We did.
That's all right. He's always
I
blaming
don't
me for
know
it.
how I could forget Dick Cannon. I'm
Dick
sorry.
Cannon.
I saw that I was exposed.
That was an epic trial. How can you forget Richard Cannon?
I know. What's wrong with me? Sorry, Deidre. I apologize. No, you know what, Bobby? I do have a headache because my eye doctor gave me contacts and I've been trying them and I put in the stronger strengths today and I think it's too much and I have took them out before stream because my head is pounding. But
Well, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
okay, thank you.
I was
So
gonna say no. Never mind.
I thought maybe I was smoking too much.
Oh, she's just taking weed over there. You just take weed.
Just take pot. It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Apparently, you've not smoked too much, and I don't smoke it, but I haven't smoked enough, so I have no idea.
I feel like we never smoke enough. So you know what?
All
Do
right,
you, boo boo?
that's right. Anyways, all right. So this is not because of my headache. This is because I told you I don't do math. So just your head pounding. That's why nothing's on the floor. Oh, Bad Dazzer.
That's exactly why I didn't say what I wanted to say because I knew Bad Dazzer was going to say something like this.
Oh my
And he
gosh.
still said that. He still said it. I knew.
Yes, maths.
Stop it.
If I would have used my pencil, I probably could have done the math. Thanks, Sharon.
Oh, snap.
But anyways, so it's a bit of good news and a bit of bad news. But here's the news. We do not have an hour and a half of the little Chihuahua prosecutor yelling at us tonight. I did not smoke Coke or drink
What?
antifreeze. I
What's
did not
dint?
do
What's dint?
any of those things. Yeah, we have, yes, mathin, because math never maths with me, but it's fine. I thought we had an hour and a half. Sharon.
Wasn't he in the fire pit?
No, that was in Tennessee.
That was a different one. Yeah, that was a different
Yeah.
one.
We have like 39 minutes of her. And then we're going to watch the verdict. And then we're going to be done.
She dented.
She's dented. I am. Flashman, back away from the antifreeze. Gabby, you're dented. She's dented. Does she yap? I don't know. I don't know. She might scold. She might yap at us. She might scold us. I have no idea. I haven't watched it. I just went to go to the timestamp that I had. And then I was like, what were you looking at, you idiot? There is not an hour and a half left on this video. Like, and I checked it twice. Like, Santa, don't ask me to check your freaking list because I'll get it wrong. All the naughty kids will end up with some presents. But,
I'm
yeah.
giving all the naughty kids presents. I'm not checking nothing. I'm just giving everyone presents.
So, it'll be a short night tonight. Yes, I know. That's what she said. And Then we will wrap this thing up tomorrow. Also, that is also maybe what she said. I don't know.
Hopefully
You
not,
guys will
but,
tell
you
me.
know.
Well, she might say, wrap it up.
Well, that could
Thanks,
mean
Deidre.
multiple things, but yeah. I'm not going to go there.
All the presents are for you. Nope.
No. Not all of them.
Yeah, I'm no. I'm not answering. And then Snipe said, "Lucky you, Bad Dazzer." Ida was like, "That was a question." Oh no. Oh no.
This is why I didn't want to say this right here. Because I know what my husband would say to me. And I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say what my husband would say.
Thank you. I thought
You're
it was a
welcome.
statement. I
Like,
thank you for
it usually
coming
is a
to my
statement
defense
from
there,
him.
Heidel.
No, Bobby, god dang.
Wait. Oh. I was like, wait, what? Why are you not? Huh. Weird. I gotta
It just
refresh.
weird.
Well, he's not showing up over. That didn't show up over in YouTube Studio.
Oh,
Or
really?
on YouTube, not Studio. Whatever.
Feet? What? Gabby, I bet I know. I know you know, Deidre.
All right, now it's all good.
Dazzer started it. He did start it.
It's okay. It's fine.
It's
We're all
totally
good.
fine.
Totally great. All right, so here's the judge. Don't worry, the spinny thing is because I haven't hit play yet, so I can't tell you that. But I thought about trying to just finish it all tonight, but that would be almost 3 hours. Like, it's over 2.5 hours of testimony and everything, and I was like, yeah, no, my head's not.
Wait, 2 hours of
I can't do
testimony
it.
of what?
Of stuff.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
finish it tomorrow.
Okay. Sounds fair.
But, so we've heard the defense. He went on. We heard the siren in the middle of the defense's thing, which I still laughed about all weekend because it was funny. And, yeah, Gabby, stop asking for specifics. She has a headache. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Listen.
I could have blamed the math on today, but it didn't happen today. I just found it today. That's a sad thing.
I'm sorry,
AJ. But
Bobby's right, though. I shouldn't ask questions.
no, it's fine. So we had the defense. We had the first part of the prosecutor's closing, then the defense. So now this is the rebuttal. This is going to be the prosecutor that is animated. To be nice. I don't think she'll probably yell at the jury because that would be rude.
Well,
Although
she'll
I have
her
seen.
hands on her hip, that's for sure.
Point your finger at him.
Yes, exactly. She's going to wave her finger with her other hand on her hip, and she's going to stomp her little feet while she's doing it. She's going to yell at them in the Italian mom voice, because that's what she is.
I mean, I've seen attorneys yell at the jury, and I don't agree with that. I wouldn't yell at them, but it didn't work for them either. The one time I saw it, and I was glad because it shouldn't have. But other than that, you're going to mastermind the cheese apocalypse?
Do it, bro. Just, do whatever makes you happy.
Flash fan, you do you.
Yeah, do you, boo-boo.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but...
My sister always says anything with cheese is a good thing, so I'm going to go with do it.
Well, if you're lactose intolerant, it's a bad thing.
Well...
Even though it tastes good.
That's why they have Lactaid, don't they?
Yeah.
People who are always lactose intolerant love cheese all the time.
Oh, that would be me.
Yeah, they're still eating it. So
I still eat it. I don't care. I know, like, the dairy that I can't have, and cheese generally is not that. It's weird. I don't know. My body is weird. But I used to eat like almost a whole box of lactate before we would go, and I knew I was gonna have food in it with stuff I couldn't. Like we were going somewhere that I didn't know what the ingredients were in the food, and it didn't matter. So
Yeah.
it's like, didn't work for me. Not saying it doesn't work, but it did not work for me. So I don't care anymore. But anywho, I will start this.
Let's do it.
And we will finish this part up, and then we will go right to the verdict.
Sounds good.
I'll unmute it first.
That sounds even better.
Good grief.
I like that idea. That's a great idea.
I'm firing myself.
I'm unfiring you because yay,
Thank
Monday.
You. Take 2.
Okay, let's do it.
Woo! Yay, sound.
Let's first address some of the things that defense counsel argued. His theme is they came to her because someone decides to confront someone else. Verbal confrontation, let's say it would have been a fist fight, a cat fight, does not mean you can escalate it and bring a knife to the fight. Ashley Lovelady and Joshua Camacho. Defense attorney started talking about their testimony. They weren't there. They weren't witnesses to what happened. And he starts talking about Ashley Lovelady and saying if she doesn't say anything, we wouldn't be here. What is the defense attorney doing? He's trying to place the blame on someone else. He's trying to shift the blame from the defendant. When he talks about Joshua Camacho and talks about how he's a cheater, what is he doing? He's trying to place the blame on someone else. He's trying to shift the focus from the defendant. The defense says threat has to be in her mind of what was going on. Well, you need to read that self-defense instruction because what the self-defense instruction says, it's not what just is going in her mind. Is what a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed. It doesn't say her name there. It says a reasonably cautious and prudent person under those circumstances. Don't make that mistake. It's not just what's going on in her mind. It's what a reasonably cautious and prudent person would have done. Talked about the 3,000-pound vehicle as a deadly weapon and what Sarah was going to do with it. What did she do with it? She stopped it. She didn't run her over. Is he alleging that the defendant was going to stab the vehicle? The evidence clearly shows that the vehicle was stopped. There's no evidence whatsoever that anyone was trying to run over anyone with a vehicle. The 911 call that Jaleesa made. And Jaleesa made a comment that she didn't know how Rachel was stabbed. And the defense said, how could she know whether Rachel Wade acted in self-defense? She didn't even know how she was stabbed. Well, we heard the 911 call, and that's taken out of context because what she said is she saw Rachel Wade with a knife. She saw her go up to the knife. She didn't see the actual stabbing, right? But then she sees Sarah stabbed. So the assumption is she stabbed her. I saw her go at her, but I didn't see the actual stab. That's what was said. Now contrast that to Rachel saying she doesn't even remember the stabbing. Well, if you use defense own words, then how could she know whether she have acted in self-defense? 3-on-1. It's 3-on-1, and in Rachel's mind, it's a beatdown. She said she was at her safe house That was their words. Safe house with 2 guys and a knife. Is that 3-on-1? At what point in time does she have to wait to use deadly force? You go back to your jury instructions. Because your jury instructions lets you know when you're supposed to use deadly force. It says a person is justified in using deadly force if she reasonably believes that such force is necessary to prevent imminent death. Imminent death or great bodily harm. And a person is justified in using deadly force, you use again the reasonable person standard. What a person would think was imminent death or great bodily harm. And do the facts suggest that that's what was occurring? That someone under those circumstances, if someone would have stepped into Rachel Wade's shoes, would she have believed at that point in time that there was going to be imminent death or great bodily harm? When she saw that Sarah was in her vehicle, she could have run her over if that was the case. I didn't mean to murder her. That was said on various occasions. I didn't mean to murder her. I didn't mean to murder her. Well, guess what? Her intent is not required in second-degree murder. She doesn't have to intend to murder her. The jury instruction specifically tells you at the bottom of the page of second-degree murder, in order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. Why? Because second-degree murder is an act that demonstrates a depraved mind without regard for human life. It's done with ill will, with hatred, with spite, or with evil intent. Defense wants me to address Javier LeBoy and why I didn't call him to the stand. He was goading me. Have the state should address that. Javier, whose lies have completely destroyed his credibility. And they wonder why I did not call someone to the to the stand when you can't believe anything he says. And he said, their relationship is not important. It's not? A witness to the murder is engaged after the murder to the defendant? That's not relevant? It's definitely more relevant than whether or not Ashley was facing one way in her vehicle and Sarah was facing another way. It's definitely more relevant than that. And you're going to look at your instruction on weighing the evidence. And it tells you the things you can consider, how the witnesses acted, as well as what they said. And it tells you to use your common sense. It tells you, number 4 is, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Well, if he was planning to marry her and have kids, I think he has an interest on how this case is decided. He was her protector from the beginning of this case. From the beginning, from that night, she went there because she said she was going because Javier was going to protect her. That was her ex-boyfriend at the time. They had already had a relationship. And she went there because Javier was going to protect her. And when you heard the 911 call, what do you hear? He doesn't once mention her name. They were asking, who did the stabbing? He would not say, just come over here, just come over here. Not once mentioned the name. He absolutely knew the name. We didn't call Joshua Camacho. And defense wonders why. And after he said, I wonder why the state didn't call Joshua Camacho, well, I have to tell you this. One thing I do agree with is I agree with what the defense said as to what came out of the witness stand from Joshua Camacho. That's the one thing I agree with the defense. He said, I am not sure what he had to say or what he had to offer, and neither do I. Neither do I. He's shifting the blame to someone else to take the focus away from Rachel Wade. At the end, he made a pitch about, you have the right to stand up for yourself. This is not the Wild West. You have to make choices under right circumstances and look at the surrounding circumstances. Law does not state you can just take a knife to a fist fight, and if you think that someone's going to punch you, you just stab them. The law does not say that. You're not supposed to speculate on when you should use deadly force. He started saying, well, how about if she's, she got hit and she hit the ground, and I think at some point I heard broken spleen, but something along those lines. Lots of things could have happened. Yes. She could have been running up to her and fell on her own knife, and she could have died. But is that reasonable? Does that make sense? The stabbing was an act that was imminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind, and was not done in self-defense. And how do we know this? Well, let's look at what happened before the stabbing. Before the stabbing. Number one, the tapes. I'm not going to go through that again. You've heard it. We don't need to hear it again. They speak for themselves. And that just goes to show her ill will, hatred, spite, evil intent, and the fact that she was not scared of Sarah. Number two, act of going to Janet's house that evening. She went there. How do we know she went there? Because Dustin Grimes doesn't even know Janet or Jaleesa. And these three parties all confirm that fact. They don't know each other. But Dustin Grimes said she left. She got directions to either Sarah's or Joshua's. He wasn't sure, and she left. And then you hear Jaleesa, who doesn't even know Rachel Wade. She didn't say, I saw her. She said, I saw a red car and blonde hair. And then Janet said, I did see her. Now, from the testimony, from what Jaleesa said, Jaleesa's car was facing one way and Janet's car was facing one way. You remember what the testimony was and you decide what's credible. But that's how I remember it. So, was someone seeing one thing at one time and the other one was seeing something at the other time? Does it matter? The facts are clear. She left her location, according to Dustin Grimes, went to either Sarah or Joshua's, and the other parties put her there. And those people did not know what each other said. Dustin gave his testimony, they gave their own. They have nothing to do with each other, completely independent. Number three, defendant sitting on the hood of her car with a knife next to her? Out on the street? What does that indicate? Does it indicate that she's lying in wait? Does it indicate that she's ready? The boys told her she did not need a knife. They told her, put that away. You don't need the knife. Yet she was on the hood of her car, sitting with a knife beside her. And when I say the hood, I mean on the left side. She wasn't in the front of her car. The testimony is clear. 3 people put her on the side of the car, and Dustin is one of them. And you'll see his exhibit. She was by the side of her car. She was not in front of her car. You will see that he puts her beside her car, right by the driver's side door, by the grass, just like Janet, just like Jaleesa. She knew she wanted to use a knife. She wanted to make sure she had the knife beside her. And she was going to go show Sarah. She was going to show Sarah she was not going to be messed with, just like she promised her and just like she had previously told her before. 4, going out to the street with a knife to meet Sarah. She went forward. Is this defensive or offensive? Is it indicative of her being in fear? Or is it an indication of her wanting to engage in combat? Did she stand her ground? Or did she take ground? She did the latter in all three. She was offensive, she was waiting to engage in combat, and she was taking ground. She did all three. Now let's examine the facts after the stabbing, because they're important because they show what her intent was, what was going through her mind. Although we already know a lot of what was going through her mind from her prior actions. But what happened after is important because, number one, she does not stab Janet initially. She does not stab Janet. She said she was acting in self-defense and was fear of being jumped. Janet, who was the person she feared the most. We heard that from the testimony. As a matter of fact, we heard from the detective that she did not believe that Sarah would ever come through with her threats. Now, interestingly, the defense is trying to make a big deal about size differential. Well, what I find interesting about that is that Janet, who's 4 inches shorter than the defendant, she was scared of. The little one. The one who was taller than her, she was not scared of. So what does that tell you? Does size really matter? How about this? When you look at the pictures, you will find that Janet was in the passenger side and Sarah was in the driver's side. Who was closer to Rachel? Who was closer? It wasn't Sarah. It was Janet. Janet was closer to her, much closer to her than Sarah, who was far away. So if you're going to attack, let's say you're going to get jumped and you got people coming at you and you got one person that you know is a fighter. She's tough. She's going to fight. They're coming at you. You got the knife. Who are you going to stab first? Are you going to stab that person? Or are you going to walk past that person so they're behind you and go 10 feet over, 12 feet over, and stab somebody in the heart that you did not think was going to hurt you? Does that make any sense? No, you'd stab Janet first, because that's who you're scared of. You think you're going to get jumped, you stab the person that's closest to you, the person that you fear the most, and you would stab them first. But she didn't hate Janet. It was about Sarah. It was all about Sarah. That's why she did not fight Janet. Then, after she stabbed Sarah, she does not stab Janet when Janet actually confronts her. When Janet actually confronts her in a physical altercation. She tells her off, she takes her flip-flop, we hear her, the whole thing, it lasted for a long time. And she started, then she left, she went back to Sarah, she went back after her, it was going back and forth. And that was minutes. She not once stabbed her. This is a girl who grabbed her by the hair, who was hitting her. She was on the ground. She still was holding on to the knife. And she never bothered to stab her. What I believe and what I think that the evidence shows is she was more worried about getting rid of the knife. That's the third fact after the stabbing that's important. She got rid of the knife. You act in self-defense and you get rid of the knife? Why? If you were acting in self-defense, why would you get rid of the knife? Because she knew what she had done and she wanted to get rid of the evidence. It's consciousness of guilt. 4, she showed no remorse. No remorse whatsoever. Even though she knew she had stabbed Sarah, we know she knew she had stabbed Sarah because she heard Jaleesa screaming. She had the knife in her hand. She said, I freaked out. She had the blood. She knew she stabbed her. She had already put the knife twice into Sarah at that point, twice. And Sarah's laying on the ground dying and she showed no emotion whatsoever. And why is that important? Well, you heard Jaleesa's testimony and Janet's testimony and how they testified. She didn't care. It was like, I'm done. She said, I'm done. And she was walking away. Nobody had to pull her away from Sarah. No one. She walked away herself because she knew she had done what she was planning to do. And you heard the girls testify, and the defense attorney is trying to discredit that, but then you hear the sergeant's testimony saying the same thing. She sat with her for 45 minutes, and she could not believe how she had no emotion whatsoever. She asked for a cigarette. It corroborates that she was content with what she did, and it definitely shows malice. Number 5. She lied to the detective. From the beginning, she has lied. From the beginning of this case, she has lied. She told the detective the whole story and not once mentioned the knife. Pretty important fact. Told the detective originally she was standing by the driveway, which she was not. Under oath, she denied. One of the first questions I asked was, did you lie to the detective? And under oath, she denied lying to the detective. Under oath! In front of me, she just lied. And then she admitted that she did. That was the beginning. We have like 3 different versions of how she was holding the knife. She told the detective that she was displaying the knife to the side. She testified in trial that she was displaying the knife in front of her, and in previous hearing, she testified that she was displaying the knife, the blade away from Sarah. She had 4 different versions of the events. One, the original one where she had no knife that she told the detective. One, that she acted in self-defense and she didn't realize, and I was hitting her and I stabbed her. The other one, she doesn't remember the stabbing. And a new version, which just came out yesterday, for the first time, where all of a sudden, she was in fear of a gun that may have been brought by Sarah because Joshua had a gun and she knew about it. So that placed her in fear. She has testified before, and she has never brought that up. Never, until yesterday. Her last desperate attempt to convince everyone that she was acting in self-defense. Now, we've looked at the facts before the stabbing, and we're going to look at the facts after this stabbing. And how about the stabbing itself? What does that show? Doesn't it show rage and anger? As she was stabbing Sarah towards the chest. It wasn't one stab, it was 2. She said Sarah was punching her and she was flailing her arms, yet Sarah wasn't slashed with a knife. She was stabbed. Defense asked what would have happened if she did not have a knife that night. What would have happened if Rachel did not have a knife that night? Rachel said she thought she was going to be seriously hurt. If I didn't have the knife, I could have been seriously hurt. Well, actually, maybe she didn't have the knife. There could have just been a verbal confrontation and it would have been done. They would have talked a little smack, said words to each other, and the other parties could have got in there at time and maybe separated them, right? That could have happened. Or maybe it could have just been a cat fight. A cat fight like what happened between Janet and her. And what were the injuries, by the way, from that cat fight that lasted for minutes? What were they? Scratches? A little busted lip? Serious bodily injury and death? I think not. We know one thing for sure. what would have happened if she did not take a knife that night. Sarah would be alive, and we would not be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanowitz. We're going to pick up with the jury instructions with rules for deliberation, so if you want to read along, you can...
Okay, so not even 39 minutes. Okay, whatever. I'm not mathing it anymore. Hey, it wasn't an hour and a half. I didn't notice that she could not say Rachel. Yes.
What did she say? Racial?
It kept, on the CCs, it kept coming across racial. Like racial way. Like a street. Braided each other's hair. Well, that would have been better. Go eat a Big Mac. My math is, if you are just figuring that out, sorry. My math is horrible.
Racial.
I will blame that one on my headache because I just looked at the thing. Racial. It did. That's why I'm like, what? Nobody commented on her saying circumstance?
She said circumstance? That's how she said it? Circumstance?
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear that either.
I didn't hear it.
I feel like I would have picked that up too. Dang.
Yeah. That
I mean,
seems like so.
who just randomly says circumstance?
Apparently that prosecutor does. She was a wascally
Exactly.
wabbit.
I was just gonna say, a wascally wabbit would have picked that up.
If it was racial, why wasn't she charged with a hate crime? I saw it, but I didn't know what you were talking about. So, I'm like, what are you talking about? I didn't hear it, so I don't know where it was. And then I didn't know how far it had been and, you know, how long it been, how far past
Bobby,
it we
why-
were.
She has a headache. Stop asking her questions.
That's right.
Good Lord. I mean,
She didn't say
Can you hear the beginning of the
wrong.
video? Jesus.
You thought you might be. You might be. I mean,
Actually, is a possibility. So
it wasn't even a question. That was a statement.
well, same
Well,
thing when
okay
you have a
then.
headache.
But she nailed corroborate.
Did she though? I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and double check on that one because
Yes, somehow. I don't know. I don't know how she did that. Yes, that's not hard to do today. As you have seen, the evidence is clear. My brain is still on weekend time, apparently.
you know what, Bobby? I'm confused 23 hours of the day. So, you know, welcome to my
You're
world.
like-
Okay.
Wait, you're having internet issues? I'm
Did you
sorry.
break pasta just recently? Because that's a thing.
I did not break pasta, but I only in my defense because I had it in my pantry. I did have pot-sized spaghetti yesterday.
Well, last time Bobby broke
explains
pasta,
everything.
last time Bobby broke pasta, he had an issue with his internet. I told him not to, but he didn't want to believe me. He had the Maloik put on him. And that can
I
happen.
think that's what happened. I have the curse. It's squeezing
Yeah.
my head.
The evil eye. You gotta watch out for that.
Yeah, I'll probably have like bad dreams or something. I
Well,
break pasta all the time. Well, that's what.
then you can blame nobody but yourself. I'm sorry.
I didn't break it.
No, but you
All right.
bought it broken.
Well, it's broken. They sold it to me that way.
It's, you know, you should just know better.
Okay, in my defense, I try, like, if when you buy lasagna noodles, you don't want them broken. But sometimes you have to be careful because if it's shaken in the box, like, put it up because that's all broken pasta.
Yeah, but that's not intentionally. Like, Bobby's just doing
Do
it.
you
to
know that
be
for sure?
An
Somebody
A
could have
double
taken.
S. Yes, I do know Bobby's doing it to be an AOSS because I saw the video he posted of him doing. He said, "Hey, Gabby, look at this," and I said, "Okay, don't come to me when you want the curse broken, because you know."
Oosta.
Oosta.
If I had to ever move to the East Coast, I'm sure that's where I would end up. 'Cause
I
I'd be
hope
like,
not.
I live in
Oh,
Worcester.
Lord. He just like, I live in Wash Your Sister sauce.
Yeah, somewhere over there. Don't ask. I don't know. Don't make me say it. I lived there. Can I point to it on the map?
As long as you don't live in Connecticut, that's all.
Oh, sorry, Bright.
I apologize to him all the time. I mean, he knows that his state sucks.
Oh, I would not move to the East Coast. I would go visit the East Coast because I would go visit Gabby. But I would not live there. I would move somewhere warmer. Not colder. You are not too late. We're getting ready to do the verdict. Because I can't do math and I miscalculated the time on the closings that we had left. We did not have an hour and a half. We had probably half an hour, if that. I don't know. But no, you're just on time. Right on time. What's up, Jess? You were also right on time. Yes, you missed the prosecutor mispronouncing words and making this trial racial instead of Rachel.
They said circumstance.
And yeah, circumstance.
Circumstance. See, now it's messing me up.
We should not be on East Coast time. We should be on Central time. But I didn't get to make the decision because my decision would have been to not change time at all.
Yep. Same.
Because we didn't start changing time until like 2006.
Thanks, Haley.
East side?
Yeah, just kidding. I love you, Haley. Yep.
It's the
North
rest of you
side?
guys. I can't do it.
It's interesting. It's so interesting.
I don't think she missed that. Bad Tasser. No, it's not. I don't like it. I used to live on Mountain Time. Central Time I can do. But I would go back to Mountain Time. And there you have it. All right.
Suffering succotash.
What she say? Theranthropy? I can't.
Nope.
See?
It's just not happening. Wait a minute. Nope. Sorry.
See?
Can't do it.
See? Is that real time? Fake time? I don't know. As you can tell, I can't tell time. So, or how long something has left. So,
I don't even know what day it is, so good luck.
I generally don't either. All right. You guys ready for this verdict? I'm ready for
I
it.
mean, as ready as I can be.
All right. We'll get it.
Indubitably.
Don't. That is not even on the menu for today. It's never on the menu, but it definitely is not on the menu for today. My gosh. Where's the big hand? I don't know. That's right. It's irrelevant.
Thank you, Dominic Toretto, who just drove by my house.
I heard it.
Oh, Lord, I swear that making that Tokyo Drift episode 25 in front of my house all the time.
I don't even know what I was watching. I was watching somebody react to a video that they had watched about some dude that swears he can teleport. I'm like, you cannot. Can you teleport to like a Dunkin' Donuts? A Waffle House.
You know?
Like you went to Waffle House?
Have you
You
ever
can
seen
teleport?
Doctor Who? A man
And
can
you-
teleport.
And you went to Waffle House?
I mean, why not?
Whatever.
That's where I would go.
That's not where I would go. well, Bobby, maybe I was not watching. Trust me, I know it wasn't you. Because this guy was not you.
Because this guy, he was wearing a shirt.
Yeah, barely. But hang on, because I know the answer to this question. But I have to go find it. I think it was 2.5 hours. It wasn't very long.
What was 2.5 hours?
He asked how long the jury was out. John did, to deliberate. I think it was between 2.5 hours. Not very long at all. In the scheme of things.
That's not really that long, actually.
No, but the trial really wasn't that long. I think it was just a few days.
Oh, look. It's Baker.
It's Baker 19.
Baker, Niner.
Hello,
The
Baker.
other day, in his chat, he told everybody that I knew all the jails in Massachusetts and I was arrested. And Jamie said, she's going to tell us in chat. I don't believe a word you said. So, you know what? He deserves Baker.
I got my trials mixed up, Baker. And I was like, oh, did you watch that over on Baker's? No, it was one I did. It's Monday. I can't.
You know what would be really funny is to hear Baker say Thucker and Thuckertash. That would be hilarious.
I bet he can say Rachel.
I bet you can't.
Haley, anytime you want to appear,
Yeah,
let me know.
come on.
I think Baker can fix Rachel.
I mean, maybe with the little paddle he has. Heyo.
No one heard you say I was lying.
I mean, what did I say? You know? I didn't say you were lying. I wasn't arrested at that time.
At that time. Okay. So then she does know all the jails. Okay.
I didn't say that. I didn't say anything.
At that time. That time.
I just really want to hear Baker say Thuckering Thuckatash, because I feel like that would be a good time.
Oh my gosh. At that
It would.
time. Yeah, you did nothing, so you could have done something.
I did nothing. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. I did absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I swear. I pinky swear.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever break a pinky swear.
I don't think you're
Sister.
probably boring. I have also never been arrested, but
No,
that's just,
I've never.
I know.
Wait, let's clear this up. I've never been arrested. Okay,
I have never
in
been
my
caught.
life have I ever been arrested. Ever. Swear to all the Bakers and the Sucker and Suckertashes and everything that is holy out there. I've never been actually arrested.
Me neither, but I was in handcuffs once, but I was the wrong Amy. Wow, lucky you.
It's not me. It's the wrong Amy.
I'm not the wrong Amy. Bad Dazzer. I plead the fifth. Smart.
Hey. Yeah, I know that's not what Baker said. Side eye. Good Lord.
Have you been detained?
Oh, check my Discord. Okay, Baker. Over. Oh, hold
Thanks,
on. I gotta
Bobby.
mute this. Hold on.
Okay. We're glad to know that you've not, or that you have been violated once. They do have to check your dangly bits. You're more of a bad girl than Gabby? All right, well. You have to believe Baker.
Bruh,
Oh, what'd
play
you
this
do to her?
can I play this, Baker? Because this is, I don't know, this is just pure gold. I can't believe you did this to me. I can't believe you sent this to me, first of all. But I'm going to cherish it for the rest of my life, Baker. he sent me a voice of him saying succotash.
Over isn't how you send it over because then you take it back.
Sure, but can I share this? This is the best thing. This is the best day ever. Can't believe Baker sent this to me. You can just tell everyone I'm the devil. If I can
Just
play
don't
this.
share the photo. That's what he. Just don't share the photo.
Okay.
So you can play the sound.
I won't share the photo. Wink, wink. I've already sent it to many magazines, just so you know, in the U.S. So. Front page of Worcester, New England.
Worcester. Worcester.
All right,
He's deliriously.
let me see if you can hear this. Ready?
Okie dokie.
Suckering Sophitat. Suck my Sophitat. Zacharias. Civilian.
Oh my god. Baker.
You just made my whole year, Baker. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
That was amazing. I love it. I love every minute of. I love the whole 11 seconds of that.
Oh man. That is hilarious. I'm agreeing with you, Jess. You're welcome, and good night.
Good night. I hope
Thanks,
you did
Baker.
a bow when you said good night, because you deserve to take a bow after that one. That was great. That was great.
Yes, get some sleep. Rest well, Baker. Thank you.
Yeah. That was amazing.
That was hilarious.
Yes.
Well, that's Broken Baker. I think the majority of you know who he is, but if you don't,
That was a
go check him out.
good old Baker.
He's Baker. Baker 19.
Baker one-niner.
Yes, we do, Haley. We do love Baker. And good night, Baker. Go to bed.
Suck my suffratash.
It's
What the
midnight.
hell?
It's so weird when he does that. I can't read it in chat, but then he's so just magic that it comes up on this screen. I can see it clearly. Oh my gosh. All right. That's what he said. That is what he said. We don't know the Italian Baker. Flash fan.
Do you know the Italian Baker?
Do you- The Italian Baker sounds like somebody we might want to be careful of. Might be mafia. That does not exist.
Yeah, there's no such thing. But if you know one, let me know.
All right. It's unmuted. It's
Okay.
turned up. Here we
Great.
go.
All right, let's
Here-
do this.
We go. Here comes the verdict.
Woo!
All rise.
Get up.
Circuit court is back in session.
Yeehaw!
Please be seated.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Very good. All right, let me say this, that obviously we've had a lot of spectators this week. Some are just curious. Others are very emotionally involved in this case. And obviously this is a very pivotal moment in this trial, and it may be a very emotional moment for many people in this courtroom. The important thing is for everyone to maintain their composure. I haven't witnessed any inappropriate behavior at all in this courtroom by any of the spectators all week, and we need to keep it that way. We need to show the maturity and lack of drama that perhaps was evident in this case by all the people that are remaining in this case and here spectating. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
rebut to the verdict.
Okay. And Mr. All right, and you are a foreperson?
Yes, sir.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have.
All right, please give the verdict form to our bailiff. And if the defense would please rise, and if Madam Clerk would please publish our verdict.
Yes, Your Honor. Case number CRC 09-07632 CFANO, State of Florida versus Rachel Wade, murder in the second degree. We, the jury, find as follows: ask that the defendant in this case. The defendant is guilty of murder in the second degree as charged. So say we all. Four-person jury, July 23, 2010.
All right, Madam Clerk, would you please poll our jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Mike.
Members of the jury, thank you very much. I know what a difficult week it must have been for you. I realize, of course, that all of you have a life, and there are plenty of other things that you could have been doing with your employment and with your family. And on behalf of everyone involved in this case and the people of Pinellas County, I'd like to thank you very much for your hard work and your time and your attention. Obviously, there are things that you could have been doing this week that were very important to you, but at the same time, this case obviously is very important to a lot of people and the people of Pinellas County. Now, as jurors, you have certain privileges, the most important of which is to be left alone. You do not have to speak about your thought process at all or anything that occurred back in the jury room or anything involving this case whatsoever, unless there's a court order. And the chances of there being a court order in that regard is very, very, very small. However, you do have a First Amendment right to talk all you want about the case. You can now speak to your family and friends about it and read everything about it if you want. And if you want to speak to the media about the case, you can do that too. When we excuse you, we will be excusing you through the back so that you can go ahead and get to your vehicles and get on your way and get home if you want. If you want to come back into the courtroom and speak to any of the lawyers or anyone involved in the case, you can go ahead and do that. And the media is going to be in this courtroom as well, so if you want to speak to them, you can. And if you don't, you certainly don't have to. You have the right to be left alone, and you also have the right to talk about it, so you can exercise either one of those rights. Anyone have any questions? Thank you very, very much. We do have a certificate of appreciation for you, and have a good weekend, and try and stay dry. I think it's raining pretty hard right now. All right, Ms. Wade is entitled to a pre-sentence investigation. She has no prior record that I'm aware of.
That's correct, Judge.
So at this time, would you like to exercise that right to have a pre-sentence investigation?
Sure. I'd like to ask PSI, so we probably set this off for 6 to 8 weeks.
Come on, there's dates.
How was Friday afternoon, September 3rd, for the sentencing?
That's fine with Pat, Charles. You want to do it 1:30?
1:30. All right, obviously, she is remanded and will remain in custody until then. And Ms. Hanowitz, can you let the Department of Corrections know so that they can go ahead and start the PSI? Now, I realize that they normally get a letter from the clerk's office, but we've all heard of instances where for some odd reason they don't get notice of it. So if you can go down there either today or Monday and advise them of the fact that they need to do a pre-sentence investigation. And if it's a pre-plea PSI, the defendant has to sign a document approving the fact that a PSI will be done. But if it's after a verdict, I don't believe that that has to happen. So I don't believe that Ms. Wade and Mr. Hebert or Mr. Douglas have to sign anything. So I think it can just be ordered and then done. All right, anything else we need to talk about at this point? All right.
Yes, sir.
So the sentencing, as I said, is set for September 3rd at 1:30. What does she score, State?
She scores at the bottom of the guidelines, 246 months, which turns out to be 20 and a half years to life.
All right. Thank you.
All rise.
And there you have it. I think everybody was thinking that was going to be the outcome of it all, except her, maybe her.
What did she say? Something to life? What did she say? What was that?
20 years to life.
Ah.
I have not seen I've not seen anything about that.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything of that either. I mean, she fully admits it in her testimony, right? Like, she fully admits that this happened. She doesn't remember it happening, but she remembers getting rid of the knife and it somehow ending up on the roof. You know? So, hey, bestie.
What's up, Carmen? I don't like cryptic messages.
I feel like I need to get that again now.
Well, you're missing
serious FOMO. Oh, Lord. You
Oh,
call that a
Carmen.
yeet? No, that's not what you call a yeet.
Oh, she remembers
Oh,
everything.
you mean tossing? Yes. Yes. Tossing yeet. Yeah. I thought you were talking about Snapchat. I'm like, no. Like, I feel like I would have heard of that. Carmen comes in, Mom, check your yeet.
Yeet.
Oh, God. The opposite of yoink? That's a good one.
Oh my gosh.
I'll like it.
She's hilarious. So, gosh. I'm trying to figure out what to do. Because we can, well, let's just save it for tomorrow. Victim impact statements are an hour and a half, and then her sentencing is 20 minutes. So,
Wow, 20 minutes, really?
yeah, it looks like she maybe speaks at her sentencing. I don't know though.
Really?
I'm not clear on that.
Son, gang, gang.
Answer my phone. Me? Nobody's calling. What am I supposed to do? I'm like streaming.
Maybe she's gonna yell yeet.
All right, well, I'm going to mute myself for just a minute if you will entertain the troops here, Gabby.
I will try. Victim impact statements are sad. Yeah, they are. Yeah, some of them have been really, really hard. Especially anything on the surface, right? Are we going to watch?
So, as soon as I drop the spoon off, and I go back.
What? As soon as she drops a spoon?
Stop
Carmen,
talking.
didn't you have
Stop
enough
talking
with,
for just a second.
Okay.
Okay, so Carmen wants to know if you guys want to finish this up tonight, because she will come on and she'll stream the rest of it. Gabby, I don't know what you've got planned, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll hang out with her.
Gotta mute so nobody can hear Carmen say, "Hi, Mommy." She wouldn't care.
No, she had to mute because she was talking about utensils in. She's had too many utensil stories. Okay,
Yeah.
I can't suffer another one. Yeah, I mean, I'll be around. I'm
Okay,
here.
so if you guys want to do it, I will tell her, and then we'll just hang out till she gets back.
Sure.
I'm muting one more time.
Okay. But we can hear her say, "Papa." Oh, Papa. But we're the cult of the butt. The butt bag. Elaborate. Deidre, sure. Carmen, did someone use a ladle this time? I hope not. You don't want to scoop anything from anywhere in that region ever. Hooray for butts. It's a bag. And you put stuff in it. Yeah, it is.
All right, so I'm gonna start it,
Okay.
and then she'll come. She'll finish it.
All right. Maybe an ice cream scoop? We don't want anything that scoops anything from anywhere up in that region ever. So,
I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't want to.
I don't think you do. I didn't want to know. But, here I am, reading chat.
Holding down the fort.
On a Monday at 7 o'clock p.m. here. Just, you're like, I'm going to mute. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to read chat. That was a mistake. Smuggling an Xbox into a prison in your... Thanks. I didn't read that last part. In your arse.
All right.
That,
well,
you want that has to be really gaped to do something like that.
I'm ignoring that.
It is like, I'm almost out of here. Shut the F up, Gab.
I want to hear Joshua testify about the benefits he lost.
I'm sure he lost a lot of benefits.
Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay. Hey, Jay. Butt bag. Now you know. Thanks. What are you talking about? It's 5 p.m. Somewhere. I don't know.
I love how Ash laughed at herself twice, but 3 times the second time.
3 times. She was really laughing the second time. A jail purse.
Hilarious.
There is a thing called that, Haley.
There is. Yeah. Wait, so where is Carmen?
She's taking food.
Oh, gotcha. She's taking... Okay, sure. We're going to go with that. Sure.
His loss was a lot of women's gain.
Well,
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, was it though?
Joshua's baby mama should testify for racial. She eliminated 2 of her competitors.
You
Wow.
know what, John? Freaking the highest of high fives ever with that comment. Hey, seriously though, that is facts right there. Speaking facts.
She actually has. You're welcome. I'm sorry. I don't know. Yes, she's taking food.
She's taking food.
She's taking food. People need to eat. That's all I know. From who? Or what? Grandmothers, turtles, aunts, all the above.
Probably. I mean,
Everyone.
Carmen will pet anything.
Air vents? Manhole covers? Might be jellyfish.
It's probably all 3 of those.
She's
You'd have to
taking
say to her-
food with a spork and a spoon. That's also correct.
You have to say to her, don't put your hand in the air vent. Don't go down the manhole cover. You know, don't pet that weird slimy looking thing over there.
No, she does not have a second job as a delivery driver
No.
or with a delivery driver. She's not taking milk.
I hope not. I
No
hope she didn't hear you
starfish.
say that.
No electric eels.
I feel like she would want to pet an electric eel, though.
She might and wonder why
That's
it's
something
after.
that she would want to do. She would see it and be like, I know it's electric, but I want to do it.
I mean, why'd that hurt? I didn't know. Ouch.
Yeah. I'm like, Carmen, it's called an electric eel.
It's called a jellyfish. Why did you think that was okay? She's like, I don't know.
She's like, I grabbed it from the bottom. You should never grab it at all.
You know, her life has it's been exciting, and it's
I love
not
it.
stopped. But it felt cool. I don't think it did.
Yeah, I mean, she probably thought it-
Flashman, you about to start a fight?
I mean, boy, you just got here. Calm down. Good Lord. He's only saying that because she isn't here.
That's
But
right.
wait till she
Testing
get here.
out nature's taser. Taser, taser.
Taser,
Oh,
taser.
man.
Baker, baker.
Baker, baker. Swordfish?
Don't cross the stream.
Can I hit play now?
Yeah, absolutely. You can hit play whenever you want.
All right. Sad time. Victim impact statements starting now.
You did this to yourself, AJ.
I know I did. I didn't.
Okay.
Rue's defending me.
Exactly. All right, Flash fan, bet.
What's happening? Oh, I thought I had a text message. I don't. Just a notification of something else. Is ice cream moist?
Why don't we save that one for Carmen to answer?
Yeah. Rude is rude. You call her rude too. That's funny. Because that's what my husband calls her, and she answers to it because she can't tell the difference between Rue and rude.
That's amazing. I love it. I'm a mute.
All right, here we go. Ah, she looks a little different.
Good afternoon. We're here on the sentencing, which is scheduled for State of Florida versus Rachel Wade. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Defense ready, Your Honor.
Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I understand that the defense is asking for a departure sentence, so it's appropriate if they will go first with their presentation. And Mr. Hebert, you may proceed.
If it pleases the court. Procedurally, Judge, what I would like to do, with the court's permission, is have the witnesses just simply come to the podium and address the court rather than take the witness stand. I anticipate we'll probably be calling somewhere around 4 or 5 different witnesses. Additionally, as the court knows, I filed a written memorandum for sentencing that was hand-delivered to Your Honor and to the state yesterday, outlining our presentation of what we're going to be going over today. Additionally, I have enclosed letters written on behalf of Ms. Wade, which we did a notice of filing on. I know the court has been diligent to copy us on the letters written on behalf of Ms. Ludeman, and I believe the state has also filed additional letters. We have dozens and dozens of letters written from non-interested parties that we did not file. We just have them for the court if you'd like to look at it. Obviously, there's a PSI that was conducted, and the court has that. And I have also included in that in those documents a letter from Dr. Wendy Coughlin, who is a licensed psychologist here in Pinellas County, who we had evaluate Ms. Wade. I don't know if the court's had an opportunity to look over that.
I reviewed that.
Okay. And I'll go over that in my argument once we begin. Judge, what I would like to do is we have 3 young ladies who are going to come forward that are close personal friends of Ms. Wade that would like to read a statement to the court. And they have asked me to ask the court if it would be okay if they come up together. One of the young women is 3 months pregnant, and I think they'd like to stand together and address the court. They'll address the court one at a time. But if I could have Lindsay, Stephanie, and Agla come forward, please. With the court's permission, I just question them here from the podium. If that's
You may.
Ladies, if you come forward.
Ladies, could you all face the clerk, please? Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
You do solemnly swear affirm that this you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Abear, you may proceed.
Please, the court. I will start with you first, Stephanie. If you would, please introduce yourself to Judge Balone.
I'm Stephanie Pilver. I'm close friends with Rachel. I've known her for almost 2 years now.
Okay. If you would, I believe you have a written statement you'd like to read to the court.
My name is Stephanie Pilver. Miss Wade and I have been close friends for almost 2 years now. I met her at Applebee's. I want to start off by saying this is a very sad situation. I am deeply sorry for the loss of Sarah's family and friends.
Okay. Take a deep breath. You'll be all right. Just like we did. Go ahead.
I pray that you can one day forgive Rachel, but I do believe that Rachel was made out to be this appalling person in this trial, which isn't true. My first day at Applebee's was crazy. I was extremely nervous. And Rachel came up to me and gave me a big hug and told me we would be great friends. If I ever needed anything at all, she was there for me. It takes a lot of courage to go up to a complete stranger, hug them, and welcome them with open arms. Rachel is a beautiful, smart, and loving person, and by far is the strongest friend I have emotionally. I remember one day in particular with Rachel that made me just see how caring she is. We had lunch at Olive Garden and were on our way home when Rachel saw a homeless person on the side of the road. She made me stop the car. She got out and proceeded towards the homeless man and simply gave him her leftover spaghetti and meatballs. That is not an act of a murder. That is compassion. The true Rachel Wade, the girl that can accomplish anything she sets her mind to. Over the past year and a half, while seeing Rachel through video visitation, she has expressed continued remorse for her actions that night, as well as for Sarah's family. I know that Rachel praises Sarah and for her forgiveness. I know this has been a life-changing event for many people, and Rachel wants to go on and show young girls how to overcome what she has dealt with and how to avoid situations like this from ever happening again. She has the potential to do great things and make our society better with her positive attitude and strong will. I also know that Rachel will spend her time wisely and become very educated while in prison. She isn't going to sit around and do nothing. She will find ways to better herself and help others around her grow from their mistakes. Given the chance, Rachel will make a great career for herself, hopefully be a mother one day in the future, and can reflect on what has happened in the past. Thank you for your time.
Agla, if you'd like to go ahead and introduce yourself to Judge Balone.
Agla and Katie. Rachel's best friend. I've known her for almost 2 years now.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead and read to the court your statement.
You can put it down for me.
My name is Agla and Katie, and I'm Rachel Wade's best friend. I met Rachel through Applebee's. We were inseparable for a year before she got arrested and got taken away from me, out of my life. She was my inspiration, my strong backbone. If I ever needed someone, she was always one call away. We spent days driving to Starbucks, getting our nails done, and waving our hair in the wind with our windows down, listening to our favorite songs. We could make heads turn in a second. She was, as everyone would say, my better half. I've never had such a kind-hearted, strong person in my life before. To me, she will always be a best friend for life. Now I can only see her through a TV screen, and it hurts every time. I just want to hold her and hug her and tell her everything will be okay. When in reality, I know nothing is okay. What happened that night should never happen, and it's a tragedy. And Rachel understands that it's a tragedy. There had been times over and over where she told me I just wish I would have went somewhere else, or I just wish I could go back in time. She feels so bad for what happened. Year and a half, and she still shows remorse throughout our time of visitation. It's a tragedy for Sarah's family and friends, and it's also a tragedy to lose Rachel, a best friend to many, a sister, and a daughter to her loving parents. Everyone misses her very much. There are times when I still look at my passenger seat and see her face smiling at me dancing. She was a goofy girl. There were no bad times between us. There were no fights or arguments. Rachel is the strongest person I've ever met. She made me laugh when all I wanted to do was cry. She was there when everyone turned their backs on me, when I had boy problems, work problems, anything. I only had to call her and she was there. We had girl nights at our apartment where all the girls were invited. We dyed each other's hair and painted our nails and sang and danced to our favorite songs like we were famous. It was never a boring time with her. There was always something to do and experience when you were in the presence of Rachel Wade. She was a girl inspired by many and was envied by the ones who wanted to be in her shoes. She is such a smart, understanding girl. I just wish I had a time machine. I think all of our lives could be so much better if she were with us, beside us, and among us. Me and Rachel watched Marley and Me together one night. The movie that quotes, "A dog has no use for fancy cars, big homes, or designer clothes. A waterlogged stick will do just fine. A dog doesn't care if you're rich or poor, clever or dull, smart or dumb. Give him your heart and he'll give you his." How many people can you say that about? How many people can you make feel rare and pure and special? How many people can make you feel extraordinary? Well, she was my Marley. We both sat there and cried together on the couch and then laughed because we were both sitting there crying. I think I could write you pages of memories that we used to have, but it gets harder to fill the paragraphs without beginning to cry. And remember that she isn't one call away anymore. She isn't down the road where I can drive and see her anytime and hug her and ask her for advice. I don't have her anymore, and every day there's something missing out of my life. I have pictures and memories that I keep in my heart. I need her here, and I pray one day we'll be reunited. Make many more funny and enjoyable memories together. I love her. She is my sister, my best friend, my better half, and I miss her more than anything. Thank you.
And Judge, last, Lindsay Attic is going to read her statement for the court.
My name is Lindsay Addix, and Rachel Wade is my best friend. I agree with everyone in this room that this was and is a tragic situation. I also agree that justice should be served. I would like to start off by saying that I am sorry for the loss of Sarah's friends and family. Unfortunately, Rachel was portrayed very wrong throughout this trial. Rachel is honestly one of the most dependable, sweet, and compassionate people that I've ever met. She was always very happy and bubbly. throughout visiting Rachel 2 to 3 times a week since the beginning. She has expressed great remorse for Sarah's death in many ways. She has told me that she prays to and for Sarah and her family for forgiveness. Rachel also wishes that she could turn back time and change what happened in April of 2009. Rachel loves animals, especially dogs. She would always say how she would love to be a veterinarian and get to wake up every morning and save another animal's life. Even now, after being convicted of murder, Rachel continues to talk about helping people. She hopes that teenagers, male and female, learn from her story to prevent such from ever occurring again. She desires to write books for young adults to read, especially girls, so that they can learn not to be controlled and manipulated by young men. I want you to know that I am barely 4 months pregnant, and I plan on allowing Rachel to have a relationship with my son or daughter, even if it is through visitation. That is how much she means to me and how highly I think of her. If you allow her the time to have a career and a family, I believe that she will be a great mother, wife, and even veterinarian if that is what she decides. Rachel has so much potential to be a great asset to our society. I guarantee that Rachel uses whatever time you give her to her educational advantage. She will not just sit and wait until it is over. She will continue doing big things for herself and her community, no matter where you put her. Rachel is meant to shine, and she will do just so. As Gandhi once said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." I believe Rachel will do just this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, ladies. You may have a seat. I believe Rachel's grandparents want to come up and make a brief statement to the court. While they're coming up, Judge, we'll call Rachel's mother and father next, and then Rachel will address the court, and then I'll make a brief summation.
Thank you. Y'all please face the clerk. Raise your right hand to be sworn, please.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that this testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Would you please introduce yourself to Judge Balone?
Yes, I'm Deborah Wade. I'm Rachel's grandmother.
I'm Barry Wade. I'm Rachel's grandfather.
Okay. I want to start out by giving Sarah's family and let them know how sad we are and how our prayers are with them at all times. And I want you to know that this thing was a tragedy, and these 2 girls should have never ended up the way things did. And I want to say that I've known Rachel all her life. I've been around her all her life. She's a very special person. She has so much to give, so much to offer. Every one of her cousins, which there are 7 plus her, look up to her as a leader, and she directs them about going to school, getting an education, and staying away from boys until they get their future set. She is a very smart person. Excuse me. She has very good qualities. She has a big heart, and it would be a shame to let all this go to waste. She's so young, and she has so much to offer. And I pray that you will take all of this into consideration and be lenient with her on her sentencing, because she is a good person and we love her so much, very much. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Barry and Janet. Judge, this is Rachel's mother and father. Mr. Wade is going to be addressing the court on behalf of the family and addressing the Ludemans directly.
Call and raise your right hand, please. Raise the clerk to be sworn, please.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that this testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Mr. and Mrs. Wade, would you introduce yourself to Judge Balone?
Janet Wade, Rachel's mother.
I'm Barry Wade, Rachel's father. Afternoon.
I'd like to start by saying, excuse me, we'd like you to know that what you've heard about Rachel, our daughter, does not by any means portray the person that she truly is. What you've heard was the tragic outcome of a situation that I would agree never should have happened. These two beautiful young girls both made the same unfortunate decision to get involved somehow, someone who not only did not love them like he had professed, but used and demeaned them. He made them both feel like they had to change who they were to be worthy of their love. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
The big question in our minds, how did two beautiful, intelligent young girls who had so much to offer and had so much love in their lives from their families and friends decide that they were not worthy of the love of a boy who could not and did not offer anything to them? It's a question that we cannot answer. What in the world has happened to cause children to have a wonderful upbringing, loving families, and the very best of friends, just still have such low self-esteem, excuse me. What happened to being treated with respect? What happened to make our children feel like they weren't worthy of the best and shouldn't demand the best? Something that was said many times was the way that this generation says and does things in a very, very different from anything that we've ever known. Growing up in these times that many of us did, we could have never imagined that today's generation would be so different. We could have never imagined that someday there would be texts, voicemails, emailing, MySpace, and Facebook. We could never have imagined that our children and countless others would take to confronting their issues by these means. We've received letters and calls from many people that have addressed the same thing, many of them stating that they have been through similar situations with their children. The cursing, angry phone calls, texts, voicemails, etc., etc. Sadly, they have made us realize and even stated to us that the ongoing situation between girls was not unique. It seems that these behaviors are rampant. We believe, however, that there may be a way to open the eyes of this generation to what could happen when they choose to communicate in this way. If Rachel were blessed enough to be given the chance to speak, not only to other people her age, but also their parents, about how she came into this situation, we feel this story would have a great impact, especially on young women. With that said, we realized that Rachel and Sarah were very much alike. They were both beautiful, fun-loving, intelligent girls. They both loved movies, the beach, their families, their friends, and it seems their lives in general. They both could have had, and we're sure would have, accomplished much in their lives. Now instead, both have lost their dreams, their futures, and although Rachel is still here with us today, their lives. We understand, and more importantly, Rachel understands that she has made a grave error in judgment that night when she grabbed the knife We wish with all of our hearts that we could change what happened. Unfortunately, as much as we wish it were possible, the outcome of the situation cannot be changed. We have struggled greatly with what we would say to Mr. and Mrs. Ludeman. Their family and their friends, if given the opportunity. We know that nothing we could ever say could help the pain of their loss. All that we can do is express our sadness for the tremendous loss they have suffered. We want them to know that Sarah and all of them are and always will be in our prayers. We pray someday, somehow, they will all find peace in their hearts and hopefully be able to find forgiveness for Rachel also. Which part? I'm sorry, honey. We want them to know, I'm sorry. We think of Sarah every day. My wife talks to her, prays to her, and prays for her and for her every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Judge, we'd call Rachel Wade.
If you face your court, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that this matter I give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Rachel, if you would introduce yourself again to Judge Balone.
Rachel Wade.
Before you read the letter to the Ludemans, I think you had a few comments you wanted to address to Judge Balone.
Yes, I would just like you to know that in my time of incarceration here, I've learned the biggest lesson I could possibly learn in my life. I am truly remorseful. I'm going to express that in my letter to the Ludemans today and to everybody who has lost Sarah. Going into this situation, I don't know what I really expected. I didn't want any kind of confrontation. I never expected any of this to happen, and I'm surely sorry that it did. And if I could go back, like many people expressed here today, I would, and I would do anything. In this time, I've learned many, many lessons. The big lesson of knowing you never know what could happen. Furthering in the future, somehow, some way, if I get the opportunity, I would like to let everybody know about my situation. I would like to talk to kids, adults who have children in this situation, and allow them to know how severe situations like this can become and how to avoid them and to better themselves and get what they deserve, not to be involved in relationships like this. And I would also like for you to know that while in prison, like everybody said, I will be determined to do so and to reach out to as many people as possible.
Do you also plan to continue with your education? Can you tell the court a little bit about that?
Yes, I do. I've heard that there's many opportunities. Hopefully I'll benefit some way in furthering my education as planned.
And you spoke just a moment ago about speaking to young people. What are the lessons that you would want to share with young people in a case like this?
You never know what you're getting yourself into, and you need to respect yourself enough to look at a situation and step out of it if you're not getting what you deserve or if it might put you or somebody else in harm's way.
And standing here today, you accept responsibility for your actions that night and are prepared to be sentenced by the court?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Judge, you'd now like to address the Ludemans, if that's okay.
Here, Mr. and Mrs. Ludeman. I'd like to start by saying that I know there's absolutely nothing that I could say to change the events of April 15, 2009. If I could, I would. However, I would like you to know without me knowing the words to express it, that I am truly sorry. I never wanted any confrontation with your daughter, let alone a physical one. I know my words were harsh, not words that should ever come out of any young lady's mouth. But never once did I mean any of them or expect them to be taken seriously. Being a teenage girl who was never a fighter, I said things more or less to scare or intimidate people to hopefully avoid the conflict. I hid behind my empty threats. I never wanted our worlds to collide like this, especially over a boy, and a worthless boy at that. I dwell on all the what-ifs every day. What if I would have gone somewhere else, anywhere else? I question God and look to Him for some sort of understanding of why this has happened. I also try to imagine how my parents would feel if they were in your shoes. They also would be devastated, heartbroken, sick to their stomachs daily. I'm so sorry to be the one who has caused you this great pain. I need you to know, please, that I too was just a teenage girl, not a monster or the murderer as it may seem. I never had any intention to harm your daughter. This apology truly comes from my heart, and with that, I would like you to know that no matter what the sentence, I still every day will have to live with the fact that I took an innocent life. Yes, it was unintentional. However, it is on my mind day in and day out. Some days I feel as if it should have been me. I'm sorry, and I hope that you will see my sincerity in this apology. I pray every day to God and to Sarah as well. And every day ask for their forgiveness. With that said, I'd also like to ask for yours. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day, please. God bless you both. God bless Sarah. I'm sorry.
That's all from Ms. Wade, Judge. Have a seat. I don't think that there's a person in this courtroom who could not be affected by the passion and the tragedy and the tragic nature of this case. I think I have maintained that position from the very first day. I know that this case has been very well litigated. We have been through a lot of various hearings, testimony, depositions. The State Attorney's Office has acted in a very professional manner. The Ludemans have been nothing but respectful of the system, and for that we are grateful. There is nothing I can say or do that can change what happened. Mr. Ludeman, after the trial, his only comment was, this was a tragedy for both families, and I have just the utmost respect for that statement, and I appreciate and certainly understand their position. I would anticipate that the state and the Ludemans probably will ask for a maximum sentence of life in prison. I feel very strongly, personally, professionally, that this is not a life sentence case. What I have done in my sentencing memorandum for the court to look at is to give the court the range in which I believe the state, the government, and the court can legally sentence Ms. Wade. As the court well knows, this is a second-degree murder which is punishable by life in prison. So the bottom guidelines is 20.5 months, and the top of the guidelines would be life with no chance of parole. As many people that practice in front of Your Honor and in the state of Florida realize, life in the state of Florida means life. There is no possibility of parole. It means that Ms. Wade will come out of the Florida state prison system in a box. She will never have a chance to set foot on dry ground again. So it is with that comment that I start my presentation. I have in my sentencing memorandum, Judge, included the provisions for youthful offender. I did that simply to allow the court, as the court knows, to see the potential range. As the court knows, when when an individual under the age of 21 commits a crime and they have no prior record, then they are eligible for YO. She has not been previously classified as a youthful offender, and pursuant to our findings and research, has not been found guilty of a capital or life felony. I need to briefly address that issue because a second-degree murder can be punishable by life. However, the state did not seek to reclassify the second-degree murder under Florida Statute 775-087. Additionally, there was no additional documents included in the jury instruction that would have enhanced the case to a life felony. So my interpretation and reading of the case law that I have provided to the court and to the state, my interpretation of the legal argument is that she is eligible and she could be sentenced under a youthful offender sentence, which would give her a maximum sentence of 6 years. I say all of that as a precursor to what I had put in my memorandum, which is that is not what I'm seeking. In good faith, I am asking the court to not consider a youthful offender sentence. Some may say that I should be asking you for a youthful offender, but out of respect for the jury's verdict and this court and the findings by this jury, although we may not agree with it, we respect it. I'm not going to be asking the court for a youthful offender. I simply point out that that is the bottom of the range that I believe under the law is permissible. With that said, I have made a recommendation that we have given a great deal of legal thought, Mr. Douglas and I, along with Ms. Wade and her family, in recommending to the court. And I will try to explain our thought processes on this. We are asking the court to consider a departure in this matter, and we are submitting the following reasons for that. If the court adjudicate her guilty of the charge, obviously that it would be a protocol matter and would be the logical step that she would be adjudicated. We are asking the court to consider 15 years in the Department of Corrections. This term of years was discussed with Ms. Wade, discussed with her family, and I'll explain the nexus of why we just wanted to put that offer out there for consideration. If Ms. Wade had been found guilty of manslaughter, which was a lesser included in this case, the maximum sentence under the law as charged would have been 15 years. I know the court sat through the immunity motion, the court sat through the entire trial. I would like to think that it was a very tough call for this jury and that manslaughter certainly was on the radar for their consideration. So we have asked the court to consider the 15 years. It wasn't an arbitrary number. It was a number that we felt was well-based. In addition to that, Judge, we've asked the court to consider 15 years of probation to follow consecutively with the Department of Corrections with the following special conditions. These conditions were discussed with Ms. Wade, and she not only agreed to them, in many ways, she suggested them. That she be ordered to commit 100 hours annually of community service, educating young people on the dangers of cyberbullying, decision-making, and anger management issues. When we look to the reasons for departure, remorse is clearly one of those issues. And I think part of her recovery, part of her punishment should involve and encapsulate some form of education, because Ms. Wade feels very strongly this is how she can help people prevent this from happening in their families. I will tell the court that because of the national attention, because of the media coverage, we've received thousands of emails, Twitters, blogs, information about this case. An overwhelming number of people have problems with the verdict. Some of them don't. Some of them feel very strongly like it would be in this courtroom. However, almost across the board, the underlying theme in this case is the tragic nature of the social networking, of the instant communication, of the age that we live in. I personally have been wrapped up in this. While I was giving my closing argument, I was being shot emails from people that were watching this coverage live. So my BlackBerry was buzzing while I was making the closing argument. I've never seen or experienced anything of that level. That's the world that these girls were living in, this instant response. She very much would like to tell people about that. She would very much like to share that story, and she would like to share it with young people specifically. Additionally, we would ask the court to allow her to have a psychological evaluation, which we have completed, and follow up with any treatment. Any life skills training that would be recommended. However, I believe that Ms. Wade will make good on her word, and I think you'll see a college degree come from Ms. Wade, and that she maintain gainful employment while she's out. That she pay any and all applicable court costs and fines, and that if there is any restitution that Sarah's family is seeking in any form, that the Wade family would be happy to compensate them for any of their expenses. Finally, that unless the Ludeman family requested otherwise, that there be no contact with the Ludeman family. The basis for the downward departure can be done in any number of ways. I illuminated them or illustrated them in my motion. The downward departure justification and that we are requesting primarily is the fact that the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner, and it was an isolated incident for which Rachel Wade has shown remorse, and that is based on Florida Statute 921.026(2J). There are three prongs that must be met for this mitigating circumstances to justify a downward departure. I have outlined it in my memorandum. First, the offense must be committed in an unsophisticated manner. Secondly, it must be isolated. And third, Ms. Wade must have shown remorse. I have laid out the case law in detail. I was provided case law this afternoon by the state that I didn't have a chance to review in detail, but I did look at it, and I think the case law the court is very much well aware of. On page 4 of my memorandum, I said specifically that we believe Ms. Wade lacks sophistication, and I think that was established through the testimony in the immunity hearing as well as the trial. The following are some highlights that we used to illustrate the lack of sophistication. The act was not designed or premeditated. The act was in the heat of the moment, and the act was instinctive and not well thought out or strategically executed. I think the court can rely on, and I know that the court, from my years of practicing in front of the court, took detailed notes and can rely on your note-taking and recollection of those events. The second prong requires the defense to establish Ms. Wade's crime as isolated. I think this is probably the easiest of the three. Ms. Wade has no prior record. The state's own score sheet indicates no prior record. So we feel that that is well entrenched. And finally, and perhaps the most difficult, is whether or not Ms. Wade has shown remorse. We can look to several different sources for remorse. The first is what happened at the scene. I think the testimony was fairly clear that Ms. Wade was in a state of shock, that she was indifferent, that she had a blank look on her face. But there was a point in time, and I believe that the lead detective in this case acknowledged that when Detective Lynch told her that Ms. Ludeman had passed, that she became very upset, very emotional, and started crying. I would also ask the court to look to Ms. Wade's testimony in the evidentiary hearing and in the trial, and then, of course, her testimony today. It is very easy to shoot fish in a barrel. It's very easy to be a Monday morning quarterback and say, well, she's remorseful now because her butt's in a sling. She's remorseful now because she's been found guilty. Part of the reason why we had these young ladies testify, we supplied the letters, we had her parents testify, her grandparents, was to show that that remorse has been throughout this case. I will tell you professionally, as an officer of the court, that remorse has been at the very top of Ms. Wade's list, along with the fact that she wanted to have a trial. There are two decisions that are uniquely the defendant's, and I know that people have criticized, different sources have criticized her going to trial, but there are two decisions about trial, one to go and one to testify, and Ms. Wade made both of those decisions on her own after being counseled for hours and hours by her attorneys and by her parents, and we respect that. The other basis for departure is Florida Statute 921.0262F. I'm not going to go into that in detail in the argument, but I did include that for the court's review. I advise Lisette that I would not be discussing those issues, but that I'm going to include it in my memorandum as part of the record. We also provided for the court non-statutory mitigators, which the court can consider. I will not go through the details of that. They're fairly straightforward. And then, Judge, we filed with the court a psychological evaluation by Dr. Wendy Coughlin, who is an independent psychotherapy associate. And I just want to highlight a few things in Dr. Coughlin's letter for the court's consideration. We felt it would be prudent from a legal standpoint, although we had no basis to think that Ms. Wade suffered from any mental health issues or disorders, in order to properly present her defense and her mitigations, that we would have her evaluated, which is why we did that. Dr. Coughlin met with her after the trial's verdict and before today's sentencing, and has submitted a letter. The state has graciously agreed that we could present that to the court without the need of testimony. I will not be calling her. I'll just be highlighting some of the few things in her letters that she wrote. On page 3, Judge, in the diagnostic interview of that document, in the third paragraph, Dr. Coughlin stated, Rachel expressed regret regarding what had happened. She was able to specify in ways in which Sarah's family and friends would be impacted. Moving down to the bottom of that paragraph, Rachel appeared to have accepted her conviction and that recognized that incarceration was appropriate. Well, I've met with Rachel on numerous occasions since the verdict, and I believe that Rachel understands the nature and the consequences involved, and understands that incarceration is appropriate for her actions and accepts his responsibility. She indicated a plan to pursue her education and hope one day to help others avoid a similar fate. Rachel hopes to speak to adolescents and share openly on how her blind Attachment to boyfriends over family destroyed her future and contributed to the death of another. Moving down to the last paragraph on that page, in the last sentence, Rachel acknowledged that she was deserving of incarceration as his punishment for what she'd done. She expressed significant remorse over the taking of her life. Going on to the next page, top paragraph, recognized even though incarcerated, she remained alive and therefore had opportunities. Rachel expressed an interest in and a determination to help other young girls understand the risks they take when choosing to follow boyfriends in deference to their parents. She clearly recognized the pattern in herself and saw others in other inmates, as well as a 13-year-old cousin who had similar behavior. She expressed concern and desire to help others avoid making the mistake she had made. Rachel did not fault anyone and acknowledges that she had been warned that her behavior could lead to serious consequences. Then Dr. Coughlin, in her recommendation, I'm going to just read and highlight number 1 and number 3. Her recommendation was criminal prosecution and incarceration is appropriate and necessary consequence for individuals with Rachel Wade's personality profile. To be receptive to reevaluating emotional strategies, behavior patterns that perpetuate their interpersonal reactivity and disregard for social norms. And number 3, Rachel has an expressed desire to educate other young women regarding the potential consequences of pre-delinquent and relationship-directed behaviors. She is uniquely able to reach adolescents at risk, and it is recommended that this outreach activity be a condition of release and probation. Finally, Judge, the doctor found that she had no evidence of any mood disorders or psychiatric problems. I've also attached with our memorandum, Judge, letters. I'm not going to go through the letters, only to say that I believe at least 6 of them are from teachers that had encounters with Miss Wade. One particular letter specifically talked about Miss Wade coming back and buying books for her class, and what a pleasure. She taught her, Mary Filia taught her in 3rd and 4th grade, and she said, our school has a scholastic book fair several times a year, and Rachel would come to find out if there were any books on my teacher's wish list, and then she would go and get it for them. I was very moved by that, and I'm sure that the other teachers felt similarly. I'm quite certain that the Ludemans will have and have presented letters of similar in nature. This trial has never been about trying to turn back the clock. We all wish we could, we all wish we did, we all wish we had the ability to do that. However, the court has a very difficult decision before you. I can tell the court that, my professional opinion, this is not a life case. This was a young girl that had been 19 for approximately 2 months. She was still a teenager. She has no prior record. The voicemails that she left, there is no excuse. There is no way to take back what was said. They are egregious, and I am certain played a major role in the jury's verdict. However, I will remind the court that those voicemails predated this incident some 5 to 9 months. I'll further remind the court that in our pretrial motions discussing this issue, that Ms. Wade and Ms. Ludeman had very limited contact in the months preceding this incident, that everything seemed to escalate when Sarah came back from New York. There is nothing that I can say or do that will change the facts. I think Mr. Wade said that very carefully and correctly. I can only ask the court to use its judgment in making this decision. Rachel Wade has not yet been on this earth long enough to meet the minimum requirements of her 20.5. It is somewhat ironic that she is right at that mark as we speak here today. She has been on this earth for 20.5 months. And the bottom of the guidelines call for that. I don't think an appropriate sentence would be doubling that. I certainly don't think it would be tripling that. And with all due respect to any of the wishes of the state or the victims, life is not appropriate. This is not a life case. She does not have 5 felony convictions. She's not a violent habitual felony offender. If this was first-degree murder, the court would have no discretion. It would be a life sentence, and that's why they charge it with first. This was a second-degree murder. As again, we said that we do not necessarily agree with the jury's verdict, but we respect it. The appropriate sentence in this case, in our opinion, would be consideration for the downward departure that we've outlined. Appropriate sentence would be the guidelines, but certainly in this system, Judge, it is not appropriate to punish somebody who exercises their right to trial. I think the court well knows that this was a triable case. I think that the defense had a significant amount of issues that were involved in this case, And it was a case that needed to be tried and was tried, and a jury verdict has been rendered. But we do not punish people for exercising that right to go to trial. And I would respectfully ask the court not to consider that in forming a punishment because she exercised that right. Ms. Wade made those two decisions uniquely on her own. I am the better lawyer for having represented Rachel Wade. I am very impressed with her integrity. I'm impressed with her as a person, and I am impressed that she has grown through this. And I am hopeful that someday I'll be able to attend her graduation when she makes that decision to go through school, whether it be behind bars or afterwards. As we have throughout this trial, Judge, I have advised my client and my client's family and the members of our side that we will remain in the courtroom and allow the Ludemans to leave the courtroom so that there won't be any problems. And I respect the court's decision, and we stand by and wait for your ruling. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What says the state?
Good afternoon. May it please the court, counsel. First, want to say that the purpose of sentencing is to punish. It's not to rehabilitate. The jury has found Rachel Wade guilty of murdering Sarah Ludeman. We are here for Your Honor to determine the punishment for that death. It's a two-step process Your Honor is going to undertake in making that decision. First part of that process is whether you can depart. Second part, as we know, is whether you should depart. In determining whether downward departure is the best sentencing option for the defendant, the trial court must weigh the totality of circumstances in the case, including aggravating and mitigating factors. And when I say whether the court can, it means whether there is a valid legal ground for departure sentence supported by the facts, proven by a preponderance of the evidence. The first departure basis that the defense argued was a departure based on a showing that the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner and was an isolated incident for which the defendant has showed remorse. The law states failure to prove all three of these elements means this cannot be used as a valid basis for departure. And the state will cite State versus Faloco, 730 Southern 2nd, 765. It's a 50 CA case, 1999. First part we're going to discuss is a remorse. The law states it is impossible for a defendant who refuses to accept responsibility for an offense to show remorse for that offense. That's a second DCA case. That's Ayers versus State. That's 901 Southern 2nd, 942. The law states merely saying I'm sorry in court is not enough to demonstrate the element of remorse for a downward departure. That's a 50 CA case. That's State versus Tyrell, 807 Southern 2nd, 122. Your Honor, from the beginning of this case, the defendant has showed no remorse. After she knew Sarah was stabbed and was lying on the ground dying, all she showed that she did not care from the beginning. The fact that she tried to get rid of the knife and lied to the detective shows that she was not taking responsibility, but avoiding responsibility from the beginning. The defense talked about her crying after she found out that Sarah was dead. Shows remorse. Well, that was way after she had lied to the detective about everything that happened that night, after she found out Sarah was dead, once she knew that she was in serious trouble for her conscious act. Moreover, she still feels justified in her actions. She still feels she is innocent because she acted in self-defense. There is no remorse in this case. Second factor, the unsophisticated nature of the crime. Crimes have demonstrated sophistication where several steps were taken in order to commit the offense. And we'd cite Florida versus Sabito, that's 925 Southern 2nd, 1052. That's a sexual battery case where a stepfather committed an act while his stepdaughter was sleeping. The court goes on to state that the defendant had to go through several distinctive and deliberate steps in order to commit to sexual battery, including walking upstairs, opening and closing his stepdaughter's door, getting on the bed with her, and moving his hands under the bed covers. That showed that it was sophisticated. And what happened in this case? The defendant took a knife from her house, had it the whole time. While she was at Javier's house, she got directions to where the victim was. She was encouraging the situation by going to where the victim was and contacting Joshua while the victim was with Joshua. From the facts that came out at trial, we know that when she went to the location where the victim was, she had the knife with her. She goes back to Javier's house, continues arguing over the phone, and gets into an argument with the victim over the phone. She took the knife out at some point and surreptitiously had it beside her. Not even Javier or Dustin knew that she had taken out the knife. At that point, she was lying in wait. She armed herself with the knife. When the victim came out, she took the knife from beside her and she went towards the victim. And she walked more than 10 to 12 feet. She stabbed the victim and walks away. She kept holding the knife during the altercation with Janet. And immediately after that altercation with Janet, she got rid of the knife by throwing it into the neighbor's roof. She lied to the detective from the beginning. This, under the law, is a sophisticated act. Third part, whether it's an isolated incident, and although the defendant has no prior record, and obviously the crime of murder can only happen once as to Sarah Ludeman, the facts of the case show that this was not an isolated incident, but an escalating incident which culminated in murder, 7.5 months of hostilities. I know the defense mentioned at some point that the defendant's age, and there is a departure reason based on it showing that at the time of the offense, the defendant was too young to appreciate the consequences of that offense. And I want to address that briefly because in State versus Salgado, that's 948 Southern 2nd 12, it's a third DCA case. The record in that case did not support a departure, even though a psychological
Who's the male and the female that they keep showing? Is that her parents?
The bigger dude?
Mm-hmm.
The bigger guy with glasses either on his face or on his forehead is, and the shorter woman is Sarah, the victim's parents, and then her parents.
Got the arm wrapped around that lady.
Her parents, he usually has his arm wrapped around her mom.
Okay. That's what I figured.
And her mom looks like her, just really tan though.
Okay. I just want to make sure I had the parents correct.
But while I'm stopped real quick, Gabby, thank you for your super chat. I'm gonna take food soon as well.
Listen.
You listen. That's hilarious.
I'm gonna take food to somebody that's like, and I hope they're listening right now. I had 3 slices of pizza earlier. I feel really bloated.
Wow.
I had 3 slices of pizza for breakfast.
Okay then.
And then hibachi, and then Big Mac.
Good grief.
Hungry.
I would say so. Okay. And
I'm just giving them a
well, then there's that. All right, back to the sadness. Back to the sadness. We're actually doing well. I won't say how much time we have left because we all know that I don't know. It's just a lie.
Whenever.
Yeah, you embarrassed her. All right.
Report stated the defendant was immature. The defendant was 21, graduated from high school, gainfully employed, was an average intelligence, had no psychological problems, and came from a good family. Besides the age, pretty much, that's the facts we have here. Defense did not argue, but I'm going to address it. The departure based on a showing that the victim was an initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident. In Fonte versus State 913 Southern 2nd 670, that's a 3rd DCA case, a victim merely being armed does not justify a downward departure under the section. That was a case where there was a confrontation, the victim had a weapon. Well, in this case, Rachel initiated this whole set of events because Sarah was with Joshua. She was having communications with Joshua. She was upset. When I say she, I mean Rachel. And she went to their location first. And the record is clear about that. That's initiating it. That's provoking it. She was an aggressor by the way she took the knife and how far she went towards the victim. Sarah was not a willing participant to a knife fight. Now, I've gone over why there are no legal grounds to depart, which is the first part of Your Honor's inquiry. And the second part of that inquiry is whether Your Honor should depart. For this, the state would assert that all we have to do is look at the facts surrounding this case. This is an egregious second-degree murder. The evidence was overwhelming that Rachel stabbed Sarah, and that was done by ill will, hatred, spite, and evil intent. Her act showed indifference to human life. And applying the reasonable person standard, a reasonable person would have not believed that serious bodily injury or death was going to come out of this situation. What she did, Your Honor, was showed her depraved mind that fateful night. And a good insight to that depraved mind comes from the psychological report done by Dr. Wendy Coughlin. Defense pointed out some parts from that report, but I want to point out some important parts as well. Severely, some of the testing results that talked about Rachel having a history of pathological attachment to romantic partners. The profile report indicated, quote, the loss of a significant source of support or identification may prompt acute distress. More extreme reactions may emerge when her attention and dependency needs are severely threatened. Her romantic rival was with her romantic partner that night. She felt threatened. And what happens when someone with that profile acts? Well, the clinical assessment states her personality structure indicates a propensity to act impulsively without regard for consequence. It is in keeping with her psychological profile that this event would occur. As such, it is not an aberration of her personality. The Rachel Wade that acted that night would have acted that way at one time or another. And unfortunately, Sarah happened to be the woman who was competing for the affection of her romantic partner. And she was the one that was, Rachel was not with Joshua that night. It was Sarah. If she is ever let out, she is capable of doing it again according to her personality profile. Given all these facts and the ultimate result, which was the death of Sarah, Rachel deserves a life sentence, Your Honor. And at this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to the victim's family. They have some words.
Thank you. Just raise your right hand, ma'am. Face the clerk to be sworn.
You do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
My name is Maureen Boberg. For the past 14 years, I have been blessed to be the youth minister at Sacred Heart Church in Pinellas Park. The last 7 or 8 years, I was blessed to have Sarah Ludeman as one of our active members of our youth ministry. On April 15th, 2009, I received a 4 a.m. phone call from Sarah's mother, Gay. The sound of her voice screaming that Sarah was dead and that she needed a priest will be forever etched in this youth minister's mind. I came to the courtroom the day after Sarah's murder with her parents for the first appearance arraignment. The feelings that I expressed to this court that day remain true today. The youth of this community were so powerfully impacted by the actions of Rachel Wade that the court should not allow her to be free. Sarah's parents left the arraignment that day to go back to a funeral home that they had to leave to come to court and continue to make arrangements to bury their only child, Sarah. Sarah's parents needed to make decisions on what Sarah should wear in her casket. Should it be her senior prom dress that she would have wore in 2 weeks? Or maybe her graduation cap and gown that she would not wear in 6 weeks? Or maybe it would be her confirmation. I have sat in the Ludemans' house with them as they wonder if the high school would send a diploma that Sarah would have earned in 6 weeks to them. Should they open up the letters from college that Sarah would have started in 3 months or just throw them away? Why won't the media leave the front of our house after we said we would not talk with them? Should we talk to them? Sarah's parents' very private grief has been played on a very public stage. No parent should have to bury a child, but to do it in this style is unfashionable. Sarah, like many parents, called me Miss Maureen. Like many youths new to our youth ministry program, when I asked her why she came, she said that her parents asked her to try the program for a year and see if she liked it. Sarah let me know that through religious education programs, through going to church and her parents' education, she was not sure that youth ministry could teach her much. I smiled at Sarah and asked her maybe she could teach us about God because we still had much to learn. From that moment on, Sarah was hooked on youth ministry, and this youth ministry was hooked on her. Sarah's outgoing personality allowed us to see that her talents would best be used by having her serve on our welcome team at youth ministry programs. Sarah's endless gift of gab had her sitting at the dinner table, welcoming the newest members to our youth ministry program, or welcoming our parishioners at church before Mass, or having open, lively discussions in our group. Sarah's parents were extremely protective of her. They waited way too long to have her not to be protective. Having them allow us to take Sarah on an overnight or an out-of-state trip to a Catholic youth convention was not easily accomplished. The first trip Sarah wanted to come with us was an in-state trip. Sarah could only come if her mom, Gay, was a chaperone. Gay joined us on that trip as a chaperone, saw that our group was safe, and allowed us to continue to take Sarah out of state to Catholic youth conventions without her parents with us. A few years ago, while at a praise and worship conference in Georgia, an experience happened that Sarah and many of the other youth had never experienced. After the conference was over for the night and we retired to our room, it was about midnight. Shortly after I retired, a knock came on my hotel room. It was Sarah and another youth saying, "I don't understand what just happened. Can you make me understand this?" The two youths and I spent the next 4 hours talking about God's love and His plan for all of us in our lives. I never really knew if Sarah understood everything that I was trying to explain that night until a couple of weeks after her death. Her parents, Gay and Charlie, allowed me to read what Sarah had written about that trip, the 4 hours of us talking, and about God's plan in her life. I know for certain that after reading what Sarah had wrote about that night, that she fully understood God's love and plan for all of us. As a youth minister for the past 14 years, I have given many referrals to parents and youth from different agencies within our community, from family counseling to suicide survival, substance abuse, and the list will go on and on. A week or so after the death of Sarah, this youth minister gave her parents the hottest referral I have ever given a family. I gave them information on an organization called parents of murdered children. There should never be a need for such an organization to exist. But sadly, because of the calculated cold-blooded murderers, much like Rachel Reid, there is a need for this organization to exist. On the evening of April 5th, 2009, along with my pastor, I gathered the youth of our community at our church. We invited all of Sarah's friends, both the church and the unchurched, to meet, talk, laugh, cry, and pray. We had the youth from Sarah's church, her school, her Girl Scout troop, and some youth from the community who just needed to be with other youths. There were a few new youth who knew nobody, but because of the media attention, needed to be around other youth and try to understand what had just happened. The youth shared stories about Sarah they loved and Sarah they lost. The youth shared their fears and angers. Some expressed deep anger for the many players that we have watched in this courtroom for the 4 days of trial. To help the youth of our community deal with the issues surrounding their friend's murder, we had hospice counselors come and speak with our group that evening. Hospice availed themselves to counsel the youth that night and for as long as they needed it. To this day, we still have youth of our church involved in counseling to help them deal with the issues surrounding the murder of their friend. We prayed for Sarah that night. We prayed for her soul, and that we would all be like Charlie Brown's favorite saying, and have good grief. I asked the youth that night to pray for Rachel Wade. Much to their disliking, most understood why we needed to pray for the woman who stood accused of murdering their friend. We continue to pray as a group for our friend Sarah and for her parents, Charlie and Gay, that they may somehow find the inner peace and strength and knowing that their daughter is in their father's arms and we will one day meet again in heaven. The first time I met Sarah, she told us she would teach us, and that she did. There are so many lessons to be learned from Sarah's life and her senseless murder. Lessons ranging from bullying to how to get out of a bad relationship to how to handle conflict, and that violence is always wrong. As I continue to minister to the youth of this community, I will forever teach the lessons of Sarah's life and death has taught us. It is my prayer that this honorable court not allow Sarah's death to be in vain, that Rachel Wade be held accountable for her actions, and that justice be served. I pray the court teaches Rachel the lesson of thou shalt not kill. This court has the ability to send a loud and strong message to all youth of this community that violence is never acceptable and is never the answer. This death not only affected Sarah's immediate family, it affected in a very powerful way the youth of Sarah's youth group, Girl Scout troop, school friends, some who continue to need counseling some 18 months later. This court must send the message to the youth that violence and hatred is never the right way. On one of the taped messages we listened to, Rachel Wade told Sarah that she would teach her to grow up fast. Sarah forever left this earth as an 18th year and 4 months. 18.4 months is all Sarah was alive. Sarah will never have a wedding, a child, or a future, or the ability to run with a dream. Rachel Wade made good on her promise to murder Sarah. Where is Rachel's remorse? The jury's verdict. She was more worried about putting makeup on to look good in court. Maybe she needed to look good for the jury, for the cameras, or for the boys she loved. Sarah's parents, too, had to think about makeup. How much makeup should they put on their daughter as she laid in a casket? Rachel's parents and friends can visit her in jail, through video, and in a concrete cell. Sarah's parents and friends visit her in a concrete grave. Rachel has stated she will avail herself to the programs in the prison system. Sarah's future and education are over. While Rachel is in jail, she's thinking about future planning with her wedding, with Javier, their 2 children, the dog, and the nice white picket fence. Sarah's wedding and future will never happen because of the actions of Rachel Wade. Sarah's parents' dream of their future, grandchildren, wedding, and their only child's future was stolen from them that day when Rachel Wade decided to take a knife and kill Sarah. Rachel made good on that promise. I pray this court allows justice to be done and Rachel Wade have a very long time in prison to realize that the life she took of Sarah Ludeman, like all life, is sacred. I speak for the youth of our youth ministry program and Sarah's friends when I ask this court to sentence Rachel Wade to life in prison. Sarah's last breaths were taken by Rachel Wade on April 15, 2009. But the love she gave us and the lessons she taught us will live with us and forever be with us. I thank this court for allowing the voices of the people who knew Sarah and loved Sarah to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not that it matters, but I just need a break. Javier's moved on, lady. Did you not watch the trial? He's already moved on. He's already moved away. He already has a different woman. And as John said, he left the crazy snow bunny blonde people. Whatever.
What are you trying to say about blonde?
That he had a crazy one.
You're ditzy?
Listen.
I mean, I'm listening, but, you know.
Listen,
You know what?
Linda.
I'm gonna let it
Listen,
go.
Linda.
I'm gonna let it go today.
All right.
Okay. Well, if that's what you want.
I'll catch you another time.
She must be in a pretty good mood because she lets let Flashman say whatever he wanted and never ever even was like typed anything back. And Gabby told him that he was only brave enough to say that because you weren't here. And then he's like, "Oh, so when she gets here," and then he did, and you said nothing. And then he kept going, and you said nothing. And then he said, "See, I'm only scared of my sister."
Well,
I saw it. Everybody gets it. Yes, I actually am.
Yes, I saw it. Yes, Bobby. We don't know where her and her cousin got their blonde hair.
The milkman.
From the mailman.
I mean,
I was going to say from the mailman.
Her cousin, her dad is literally a mailman, so that was the joke. But
wow,
that explains a lot. I know, it was funny.
Well then.
No, like if you put me up next to like my brother and like my cousins and stuff, they're all dark haired, very dark complected, especially my brother. And I'm just over here getting a sunburn with my blonde hair.
You should see her sock tan lines. They are just sexy.
I mean, that sounds epic.
It does explain the jellyfish incident.
It does, kind of, actually.
Listen. That thing was dead.
Apparently it wasn't.
It so stung the shit out of me.
Well,
that thing hurt.
You kind of deserved it because you picked it up.
But also,
I was trying to
feel like
help
I would be
it.
like, yeah.
What were you gonna do?
It
was dead. It was dead. So you were gonna just roll it back into the ocean where it just came out of.
That's exactly what I was trying to scoop it.
Okay.
And then it was like sting, 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 sting.
She did. Ooh, pretty. Ow.
Yeah,
Jerk.
pretty much.
I really want to know who is the guy that was sitting on the beach watching all of this happen. Because
there's video of you somewhere out there.
I know. So I was just thinking the same thing. Like
100%.
one day that's gonna pop up in like the shorts on YouTube. Look at this. Look at this dumbass. Look at some dumbass's first day to the beach. First trip to the beach ever.
Because I
know she hates this, but it'll be like, you damn Yankee.
Yeah. But I remember I looked over and I saw the look on his face. Like, no. Like, you're
Then
not.
he was
gonna-
like,
and then he realized, oh,
video.
You're going to do it. And so I went and I picked it up by its head and then it fell apart. And so out of instinct, I stuck my hand underneath to catch it and it stung the freaking crap out of me. So I dropped it and I was like, ow.
I mean, I understand why it stung you now.
He was literally rolling on like in the sand because he was laughing so freaking hard. And I just look at him and I was like,
are we still talking about the jellyfish?
Yes.
This is a
It's a
dude
long
that was-
story that's
How do you
grown
know
just like the
was
jellyfish.
laughing.
No, the guy. Oh, man. Okay.
The guy that was like watching all of this happen from start to finish.
Okay.
Just he's looking at me like, you are not gonna pick that up.
And she's like,
and I'm like, yeah, I am.
And she did.
So I did. And then it started
Hey.
crap out.
Hey, Bobby, I think we have like 12 minutes left of this. Don't take it to the bank.
And also, I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
thought.
gonna say this one time, because if not, if I say it more than once, I'm gonna gag. The amount of times y'all have typed moist.
I didn't type shit.
I didn't type that.
In the chat today.
Well, you didn't say a word Flash fan, so everybody else just thought it was okay.
Oh, exactly.
All right, I'm hitting play now.
Okay.
Try and let's finish this thing up. The jellyfish was named MC Hammer. Can't touch this. But she did. But she did.
Yeah, that might have been his name, but she was like, "Oh yeah, bet."
All right, Carmen, don't read the chat because you reignited that yourself.
Yeah, you did it. You done did it. You done did it to yourself.
All right, here we go.
You face the clerk, man. Raise your right hand. Be sworn, please.
It is on this record that this about to give the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. My name is Danielle Eierman. My best friend was murdered April 15th, 2009. Sarah and I first met when we were 2, our first day to kindercare, also our mom's first day without us. We became...
All right, hurry up.
Why does she sound like she's in first grade?
She can't help it. And she just said kindercare.
That's all.
All right. Okay, thanks.
Became friends instantly as our moms spent the entire day together after meeting in the lobby, both sobbing. I lived a few blocks away in the same neighborhood. We spent every birthday together, whether it was her house or mine or out to dinner. Our tradition became charms for our charm bracelets. That was usually our main gift for one another. Her birthday was 3 weeks before mine, December 7th, and mine December 28th. So she made it clear when we were younger that she was the boss because she was so much older than I. That is one of the many things that will never be the same, our birthdays. Last year I kept reaching for my phone to call her, even though I knew I couldn't. Sarah was the kind of person who you wanted to talk to because she would never lie, and when she tried to, it was too obvious. Most people are so worried of what others might think of them, but Sarah was always the same person. She was honest, not because she was mean or wanted to hurt your feelings, but because she cared. She was my protector in a sense, all through middle school and even high school, when we didn't go to the same school anymore. I could always count on her to stand up for me when I couldn't or I wouldn't. She taught me to stay true to who I am. Sarah wasn't just my best friend, but she was my sister. And I remember hearing the voicemails on her phone, telling her to leave whoever it was on the other end alone. But because I've always been a worrywart who usually worries about petty things that don't matter, she of course thought I was overreacting. See, it doesn't matter to most people whether Josh and Sarah were actually boyfriend and girlfriend or just friends with benefits. But to me, it matters tremendously. Mainly because I knew they were together. He was her boyfriend. She wasn't infatuated with him. This was her first love, completely and utterly without a doubt. If you could have heard the way she talked about him, the way she acted around him, always smiling and giddy, even towards the end. He became her world. In January, of 2009, Sarah called me sometime at night crying hysterically. She had found out about him and another girl, and she was hurt. He broke her heart. As much as Sarah loved him, that night on the phone, she wanted to be free from him, free from the drama and the pain. And I wanted to come over like I had before when she'd called me like this, but because I was pregnant, she wouldn't let me. In February 2009, she called me crying hysterically again. Sarah felt that all her life was drama. She couldn't escape it, and Josh would repeatedly hurt her, and she wanted to let him go, but she didn't know how. She couldn't not answer his calls or his texts. She couldn't stop caring about where he was, if he was with another girl or not, because she loved him. The last time I saw Sarah was 2 weeks before she was murdered. In my wedding. I thank God every day for giving me that last moment with her. And of course I think every day, if I had just known. But there's no way of knowing these things sometimes. There's also no way of stopping myself from thinking that way either. I will never have another friend like Sarah Rose Ludman. She honestly was one of a kind. She wasn't perfect, but then again, who is? She was my buddy, my sidekick in a sense, my complete opposite. We were very different in almost every way possible, but it worked for us. My little girl, Hayden Rose, notices Sarah in pictures. I have shown her her picture since she was born in hopes that she would know Sarah somehow. I still cry every time Sarah crosses my mind, and I probably will the rest of my life. Not always sad tears. There's a lot of joyful ones. Like when I think of how we played in an ant pile on accident when we were 6 or 7 years old. Then we ran into her house screaming because they'd crawled up our swimming suits. I cry sometimes when I see her mom and dad because they're my second parents. And the hurt that they feel hurts me the same. I grew up in their house just as much as I did mine. And all the memories and pictures that we created are all we have now. I keep expecting her to come walking out of her room and sit in her dad's big comfy chair, pull out the full-size mirror and do her makeup and hair while we're supposed to be walking out the door. She was taken from us too soon. And I have sat in every hearing since last year, every trial date, because Sarah would have done the same for me. And I can picture that night as if I was there myself. I feel that had I been there, none of this would have happened. People tell me I can't think that way, but I can't help it. It's true. Thinking of Sarah always brings back memories. It brings back my entire life because she was always there. There's never a time where we stopped being friends, never a time where we hated each other or a week that went by without hearing from her. To go from a time like that to a time where she's gone will never be easy. It's a constant struggle to try and accept what has happened. I wish that Rachel was remorseful for what she did. I wish that Rachel could feel the pain that we feel because I think that would maybe help her find remorse. I wish that Rachel never came to Sarah's neighborhood that night. If she was looking for a safe place to go, why did she go to where Sarah was? I wish that Rachel could know what it is like to go to her best friend's funeral. I do not hate her for what she did. I'm just hurt and angry sometimes. Every day is different, I guess. I believe a fair sentence for Rachel Wade is life. I believe this because when someone takes another person's life away and only feels remorse for the fact that they were caught and found guilty of it, they only feel sad for themselves and not for what they have done. I feel that justice for Sarah is all that I have left. And even then, I have no control over it. So this is me hoping and praying that I have given you some insight as to who my best friend was. I hope that you can picture her smile and her laughter as she was so loud, and feel that you may have known her for just a moment. I am so very blessed to have known her for 18 years and to have the memories that I do. Having her in my life made such an impact, and it still does today. She is truly unforgettable, even to those who didn't have the opportunity of knowing her. Please bring justice to my closest friend, my sister, Sarah Rose Ludman. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's gonna get me.
Yeah, this one's gonna be rough.
He's gonna get me.
You just solemnly swear affirm that testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Your Honor. Most everyone in this courtroom knows what it is to lose a loved one. Lord knows we all buried someone close. Both my father and my mother. I thought at this time it was the worst thing that could happen, and at the time it probably was. But everyone says you're supposed to bury your parents in your lifetime. After all, from the day we are born, the only thing we're guaranteed is we're all gonna die. I have a special place on my right arm that has been dedicated to my daughter, Sarah Rose, who is no longer with us. My child was stabbed to death by Rachel Wade. She was only 18 years old. I will never hold her. I will never see her get married. Never hear her laugh at my dumb jokes. Never drive around with me in a cab like she did when she was a little girl. The special way only a father and daughter could relate and bond. All the special things we would do together, like surprising her with tickets to a special concert, go to a hockey game, or to see her favorite team play the Rays. I'll never be able to take her to Las Vegas like I told her I would when she was 21. Or the way we spend holidays with the family, which is something no one will ever get used to. I will only be able to hear her voice by calling her phone and hear her say, "Hey, it's Sarah. Leave me a message and I'll call you back." Why? Because Rachel chose to bring a knife. She wouldn't fight fair. I still, for the life of me, can't figure out why. For a boy who couldn't or wouldn't decide which girl to be with. Everyone says everyone says Sarah went looking for Rachel that night. I don't think so. Rachel left her house in her neighborhood, drove to our neighborhood with the knife, only 3 blocks from my house. Everyone in the courtroom knew what her intentions were. She carried out her plan. She was going to kill my daughter. So thank you, Rachel. You took my life of my child. I will never be the same. My wife will never be the same. And you were found guilty in a courtroom, but ultimately, your fate will be on your day of reckoning. You will be judged by a higher court one day. And if you don't believe in God now, you will real soon, and you will be asking for his forgiveness. And to your parents, my heart goes out to you because you are also in pain. But you can go visit and talk and hold your daughter. I lost that option when my daughter was killed. I believe in our society, we have to be held accountable for the choices we make. The Bible says, an eye for an eye, Old Testament. Ultimately, Your Honor, this is your decision. I always said in life, it's not what right, but who's right. And I pray you get this one right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand. Please sworn, please.
You just solemnly swear or affirm that this you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Your Honor, I'm Gay Ludman, Sarah Ludman's mother. This is my daughter. I know you've seen many pictures, you've received many letters. This is Sarah. Your Honor, when a mother holds a child in her arms for the first time, she is filled with joy at this wondrous miracle. In my case, after 16 years of marriage, I never thought I would have a child to hold, and Sarah was indeed my miracle baby. She was an 8-pound, brown-eyed, strawberry blonde baby girl. She was born December 7th, 1990. Sarah went to a Christian Baptist elementary school, a magnet school for performing arts for middle school, and a high school, a magnet program for veterinarian assistant. She also went to Pinellas Park High, sir. She was supposed to graduate in June of 2009. She never did that. Rachel made sure she didn't. She was involved in sports, gymnastics and swimming, karate, flag football as she grew up. She was also a Girl Scout and loved being one. We sold cookies every year. Sarah was the top seller multiple years. Until the day she died, she was a Girl Scout. She also volunteered at the hospital, Bayfront Medical Center. She also did marathons with me, Clearwater Beach, All Children's, their triathlon, and Walt Disney. So we would get up in the morning at 4 o'clock to be at site at Walt Disney. Sarah never complained. She loved every minute of it. As she grew, my thoughts of the future for her did as well, thinking of what career Sarah would have chosen. Would she get married? Would she have children? My grandchildren. Never once did I ever imagine that Sarah would not be here to do these things. I never thought I imagined her in heaven meeting my mother, who she's named for the first time. The thoughts never crossed my mind. No mother should ever think that her child would die by the hands of a murderer, Rachel Wade. Rachel Wade took away all the thoughts of what Sarah's life may have been. We go to counseling through hospice, Your Honor. I read a quote which said, "There is no such thing as closure, but rather you learn to live with the pain." I live with the pain every day. I miss my daughter, my miracle daughter, Sarah, every day. Her smell, her laughter, her smile, her voice. I never hear her voice, sir. I can't speak on a telephone through a jail to speak with my daughter. My daughter is dead. I still wait for her to come through the door every night at 11 o'clock, to see her smile, to say, "Mom, I'm home." Each night I go to bed, I look up at the sky. Sarah has a star that my sister and my niece bought. I say to her, "Honey, I love you. Good night." I see the star twinkle. Yes, and that is something that I cling to every night. What else do I have? I surely don't have my daughter. Why? Because Rachel Wade murdered her. She didn't just kill her, she murdered her. She stole her life from her. She left a void in our hearts. We miss her very much. She's our reason for living, sir, and that is true. She was our life for living. Your Honor, if you give Rachel Wade the minimum sentence, she will be out of prison at the age approximately 40. She will still be young enough to have her whole life ahead of her. She can still have a home, a family. She talks about education. She'll get a college education in jail. And a career, she'll have one. Sarah will never have this. There will be none of this for her.
Oh, make me stop on the sad guy. Thanks.
Okay. I don't know about this case. But pull Snipes back up. I don't like victim. I don't either. But at the same time, you cannot go unalive somebody.
No, she didn't. Her daughter was unalive. Her daughter was killed. The woman that's speaking now.
That's why I'm asking, what is his question? She raised a crappy daughter too.
Yeah, he's saying, I don't like blaming the victim. Sarah wasn't great either. They both were being stupid. They both were threatening each other for months. through
Okay.
MySpace and voicemails.
That's where I want a clarification. Like, okay, what
Yeah.
They were
what
both
exactly
doing it
are
over
you saying?
some, not worth it D. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But
Yeah. I
no
mean, she
matter
wasn't smart,
what,
but she didn't stab
exactly.
anybody yet.
No one deserves. You're threatening each other. What? No one deserves to be unalive, no matter what.
Yep. Yeah, Sarah came with her fist.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it makes me think of times in my past. I came with my fist, and other people did not.
They were
They
fighting
were
over a pencil and an eggplant? Oh my lord.
listen. You
I
can
was
go to.
almost going to explain that to you, and then I was like, nope.
You can buy that at Walmart.
I
They have
know. Real
rollback.
cheap, actually.
Yeah. I'm
They
not
have
gonna lie
rollback.
though. I'm not gonna lie. That I about jumped. It's if you hold on. You see this behind me?
Oh, the
Yes.
two eyes, yeah.
I about jumped. It's just my garage openers.
Mm-hmm. Sure. It's another thing in Texas that wants to take you out. That's fine.
But I just looked at my screen and I about freaking jumped.
It's just the Mothman coming. No worries.
Stop.
No
All right, let's
worries.
finish this. Let's finish this because I got to get to Grandma's house anyways.
I don't think she
Poor
saw any
Rachel.
evidence of Sarah's threatening Rachel. Rachel claimed it, but that was it. Poor Rachel.
Poor Rachel.
There'll never be another Rachel. If we did the Rachel Waterman trial after this, it would have been the Rachel Waterman trial.
Yeah.
Rachel.
So who is that?
I don't know.
That
But
boy?
he is upset.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, he's super upset, but I don't know who that is.
He must be related to her.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's like a brother or a cousin or something.
I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
the
all
hell?
three girls didn't jump her, and the one girl, Janet, that did with her freaking abusive shoes, she didn't even try to get her with the knife at all.
Not
Dang it,
Janet.
Janet.
Damn it, Janet. I haven't seen Janet in there. Ashley Lovelady's there. But I haven't seen Janet. You turn on that lamp or something bad will happen cloth related.
I don't have a lamp.
Abusive shoes. That's because I can't
That's what I
see.
was talking about. Your glowing, leaning Tower of Texas. What is that?
It's my homemade porch.
Well, that looks safe.
That looks terrible for you to have.
I took a whiskey bottle, and
Yeah,
then
that looks. Please don't drop that.
Don't try this at home, children.
No kidding. Please stop showing that.
Okay.
Thank you. The chancletas, shoes, abusive shoes, whatever, those things.
Stilettos, high heels.
Well, you could use that.
They're abusive.
But
They're abusive for my feet.
well, those are just abusive to you. These are abusive to everybody else.
This one's abusive.
So, I agree, John. She is guilty, but it also could have been avoided if Sarah and Janet didn't go hunting for her. Agreed. The thing that's bothering me, she was so scared, so she went over to Javier's house to hide out. If you are that scared, and I understand, so you don't want to stay home alone, so I get that. Why are you outside? If you're so scared and he's taking you over there so nobody knows where you are, why are you outside? And why are you sitting on the side the hood, whatever, of the car with a knife? If you are so scared.
I don't have a knife, but everything you were saying, why are you sitting outside by yourself?
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Well,
currently
she was.
doing.
AJ's like the neighbor. She's like looking out the window. She's like, why is she sitting outside? I know why she's sitting outside. She's waiting for that girl to show up. She's sitting outside. Why are you sitting outside, Janet?
They went to McDonald's. And then Janet's like, nope, here I come with my abusive shoes.
Yeah. Went to McDonald's just to buy myself food.
Just hucks her in the head with a McChicken nugget.
A McChicken nugget? Is that what you tear off a McChicken? A big chicken.
Here's a
Sorry.
big. All right. I think we only got just a couple more minutes.
Yeah, and then we got 20 minutes of her sentencing.
You know the answer to this? Gang, gang.
Gang, gang.
Yeah.
20 years
got
is not
another
enough
stream I gotta be
time
on.
for her to reflect on what she did to my daughter. She hated Sarah so much, she killed her intentionally by plunging a knife through her heart and her lungs, without remorse and without regret. Rachel forgets that there are eyes and ears where she lives in the prison. Rachel brags about killing my daughter. She says my daughter deserved to be killed. She also states that her family had a lot of money to pay for her trial and that. She's not remorse, sir. She's not. Believe that. Your Honor, I respectfully ask that you give Rachel Wade the maximum sentence. Life in prison for the horrendous crimes she committed. Our only child is gone and is never coming back. We love Sarah forever and always will. Your Honor, thank you for your time. Remember, this is my daughter. She lays in a cemetery. I go visit her there. Rachel Wade's parents can come and see her, talk with her on a phone. I can't. Thank you for your time.
Wow, Mama getting it. Good. You know what? I'm not mad at her very last statements.
Well, they're true.
Exactly.
She's gonna talk again?
I don't know. This is what made me think she was going to speak because she came walking up. However, I think this is all in the same day. They just put it on a different video. So she may just be walking up to get her sentence.
Well, hopefully it's not going to be 12 o'clock anytime soon.
I would hate to hear that alarm again. Judge, are we okay? Dude, please.
Everyone else is like, they got their flip-flops and they're just chilling in their bathing suits and you're just like, should we be alarmed or something?
Yeah. Do you see anybody else in this courtroom alarmed? Is this your first Friday in Florida? Whatever.
The guy in the back is sleeping on a boogie board. You're cool, dude.
Yeah,
So-
you're fine.
You obviously have my undivided attention. How long is this?
Yeah, I have your... It says it's 20 minutes, but I don't know how long. If you need to leave, you can leave.
I was supposed to be on another stream 8 minutes ago, but we're fine.
At Grandma's?
Yeah.
Well, go pop in and say hi and come back.
No, that's fine. I'll do it after we're done.
Let's go over the costs involved in the case first. Is the state asking for any investigative costs?
No, Your Honor. The only thing we have is for crimes compensation, we have $5,828.
And so that's the only restitution that the state is seeking?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Wade, court costs are $550, which includes a discretionary felony fine of $125.72, plus $100 for costs of the prosecution, and restitution to the Crimes Compensation Trust Fund is $5,828. Do you have any objection to any of these fees or costs or restitution amounts?
No, sir.
The actions of Rachel Wade certainly have caused a lot of pain for a great number of people. Obviously, it's caused a lot of pain for Rachel Wade. It's caused a lot of pain for her friends, which we've seen, and for her family, which we've seen. It's also caused a lot of pain for the friends of Sarah, and most especially for the family of Sarah. Now, I've been hearing a lot about the issue of why these two girls would want the affections of this one boy. I believe Rachel called him a worthless boy this afternoon. But the issue is not why they would both want to have a relationship with this boy. It's how Rachel Wade handled this rivalry. with Sarah and how it was she ended the rivalry. Well, how was it that she ended the rivalry? She ended it in murder. That's how it ended. In Florida, the court can depart from the guidelines for two reasons. There's a two-pronged test. Number one is if there is a legal reason for a departure, and number two, if the court believes that it's the right thing to do. The defendant in this case scores at the bottom of the guidelines at 20.5 years up to life in prison. Since the defendant was under the age of 21 at the time of the offense, and she continues to be under the age of 21, the court can legally depart and can go ahead and sentence her as a youthful offender. The defense is also urging that I depart based upon other statutory reasons, primarily relying on the fact that the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner and was an isolated incident for which the defendant has shown remorse. So I will first address the issue of is there a legal reason for a departure, and then if it's the right thing to do. As I said, she does qualify as a youthful offender. The defense has indicated that that's not the main reason that they are asking for a departure, or the main justification. The defendant does not have a prior record. It's questionable about whether or not the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner. That's debatable. Then comes the issue of remorse. Now, I'm very well aware of some case law. One is Jackson versus State, which is the first DCA case that came out June the 25th, 2010. It's a 35 Florida Law Weekly D 1437, where the first DCA indicated that lack of remorse is not an aggravating circumstance for a sentence. And I'm also aware of the case of Bracero, B-R-A-C-E-R-O versus State, which is the second DCA case that came out in 2009. That's at 10 at Southern 3rd 664, which indicates that if the defendant goes to trial and if she maintains her innocence until the very end, that cannot be considered an aggravating circumstance. So I will be addressing the issue of remorse, not because lack of remorse is an aggravating circumstance, because I will not consider it an aggravating circumstance, but because the defense is bringing it up as a reason for departure. I greatly question whether or not there is legally remorse in this case. The evidence in the case indicates that right after the stabbing, the defendant was smiling or smirking. The defendant tried to conceal the evidence in the case and actually did a good job of concealing it when she threw the knife onto the roof of a neighbor's house. Of course, the police arrived after the murder and interviewed the defendant, and the defendant said absolutely nothing about a knife. She said absolutely nothing about a stabbing, and she never mentioned that anyone was stabbed. And when she was initially asked by the police about the stabbing, she indicated that she didn't know anything about anyone being stabbed. She does cry when she finds out that Sarah is dead, but at that point, one could certainly determine or conclude that that was because she knew that she was in a whole lot of trouble at that time, looking at a murder charge. And finally, throughout the case, the defendant has argued that her actions were justified. She has claimed that she had no choice but to kill Sarah because it was a self-defense. So I greatly question whether or not there's really any remorse in this case. And again, I just mentioned those things because of the defense's assertion that there is lack of remorse. I do not consider the fact that she has maintained her innocence, or the fact that she went to trial, or the fact that there may be a lack of remorse as any aggravating circumstance in this case at all. But I greatly question whether or not there is a remorse in this case. For the sake of argument, we'll assume that there is a legal reason for a departure. There is at least the YO possibility, which is a youthful offender, and arguably there's the reason argued by the defense, which is that the crime was committed in an unsophisticated manner, was an isolated incident, and the defendant has shown remorse. So the next issue is, what should the court do? If I sentence the defendant as a YO, she could get as little as time served. The top of the guidelines, obviously, are life in prison. So the court has an incredible amount of discretion in this case. The court could give her anywhere between time served and life in prison. So what I have to do is look at the mitigating circumstances in the case and the aggravating circumstances and impose the appropriate sentence in this case. There are mitigating circumstances in this case. First was the age of the defendant. She was only 19 years old. There's the lack of maturity of the defendant. We always hear in our courtrooms that the male human brain does not fully develop until age 25. We never hear anything about the human female brain, but I am fairly convinced that Ms. Wade has not reached her point of maturity yet, based upon what I've observed about her. She does not have a prior record. That is a mitigating circumstance. To some effect, one could argue that Sarah was a willing participant in that she did at least come to the scene with the two other girls when the killing occurred. So there is mitigation in this case. There's also aggravation in this case. And the aggravation is not just what she said, but what she did. There certainly is aggravation in what she said. On the voicemails, which were 5 to 9 months old, she did indicate to Sarah that she was going to murder her. And that night, on the phone, she indicated to Sarah that, "I will stab you and your Mexican boyfriend." And all that is corroborated by Dustin Grimes, who is the individual who was in the service, who testified that the defendant was angry and enraged that night, and Rachel stated that, "I will kill that effing bitch," that night. Now, that was by Dustin Grimes. That was a statement by him, or the testimony by Dustin Grimes, who was there with Rachel, and he was friends with Javier, who is a very, very good friend, or at least was a very, very good friend of Rachel. So what she said that night was awfully aggravated, but what she did is even more telling and more aggravated. That night, there's evidence that she went to look for Sarah, that she went in her car and went to the neighborhood of where Sarah was located. So there's evidence that she initiated and provoked the whole thing from the beginning. And that's also corroborated by Dustin Grimes, who stated that he observed that the defendant got into her car at one point and drove off and then came back. It's aggravated in that the defendant said that she was afraid and she went over to Javier's house, but where does she go? She doesn't go in the house where it's safe. She's outside by her vehicle in the street. And what does she have with her but a knife? So we have all of this drama going back and forth, and Rachel is waiting there in the street by her car with a knife, seemingly almost hoping and waiting for Sarah to arrive. Now, we've heard a lot about the fact that Sarah had 2 other girls with her. There's absolutely no doubt that there were 3 girls who appeared at that time, but the defendant had backup. She had Javier, who was very, very good friends with her at the time. She had Dustin Grimes, who was good friends with Javier, and plus she had a knife. So she had 2 boys and a knife against 3 girls. Now, one of the boys was very, very good friends with her, who would do just about anything for her. And the other boy was friends with Javier, and he was in the service. I believe it's the Army, and I believe he's in Korea now. So she has a knife and 2 boys, and one of them is in the Army. So she has plenty of backup. Now, the defendant has the right to stand her ground. There's no doubt about it. She didn't have to stay in the house. She didn't have to back up. But she didn't just stand her ground. The testimony of every single witness was that the defendant went toward the victim. Now, Javier at the trial said that the defendant made 2 steps backwards, but that's not what he told the police. He never told the police that Rachel took a couple of steps back. So all of the witnesses who were there, except for Javier at the trial, indicated that the defendant did not stand her ground, that she moved toward Sarah, except, as I said, for the testimony of Javier at the trial, but he made a prior inconsistent statement to the police. Now, this killing, this murder is no accident. The defendant takes the knife and she stabs Sarah not once, but twice. One time in the shoulder and one time right in the heart. Now, the stabbing in the heart took a great deal of force. There was enough force for that knife to go through fat, muscle, bone, and the heart. It was about 2.5 inches deep, which means that it took an incredible amount of force to accomplish this. So 1 stabbing in the shoulder, 1 stabbing in the heart. And then, as I said before,
don't agree
the
with him on
defendant smiles and smirks, according to the testimony of a couple of the witnesses, and
The knife was bent.
I understand that, but I don't. Yes, it takes a tremendous amount of force, but coming from somebody that's been stabbed before, it really, if you have a very, very sharp knife, that makes a world of difference. So I don't necessarily think as a judge, unless he can sit here and testify the sharpness of that knife, I think it's a little ignorant to make that statement.
It's just a kitchen knife. Like they said a steak knife, but it looked bigger than a steak knife. But it was.
But
It was
then
Ben.
again, you're going into, okay, is it this one that you buy from Kohl's, or is it this Japanese brand that are made from yada yada yada? Like I just feel like
I
it's
think
ignorant for a judge to make that type of statement that what he just did. Because I can tell you from something that was really, really dull, oh, it still went through. It still hurt. So, and that wasn't even a knife. So I just, my personal opinion, I think that's an ignorant statement to make.
All righty then.
I agree with everything else he's saying. That one I think is a little ignorant to say.
You got your
He just like
fire tower of agreement going. I don't know. I'm good.
It was a camping plastic knife. She's like,
it was a
bent.
cheap looking knife, but it was bent. I mean, it wasn't,
Maybe they got it at the dollar store. You don't know.
I don't know. I mean, the sport would do just as much, but
mine was a.
That's four. That wasn't bent though, was it, Carmen? And that was beef.
Please don't make me relive it.
A spork is a spork, of course, of course.
On a serious note, from a flathead screwdriver, that's still
what?
That's what I got stabbed with.
Oh.
And this is where I have to be careful with this chat. From a flathead screwdriver, it still penetrated quite a bit. What? And I'm being serious. And so from a knife, I can only imagine whether it was a good one or a bad knife, whether it bent the knife or not. I know how much damage a flathead screwdriver did.
Well, she hit her heart, so she didn't last long.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like what this judge is trying to like really send that message to, he's missing his point, and I feel like what he's doing right now is kind of a very ignorant statement. And it's statements like that a judge can make that can get something overturned. So that's all I was trying to say.
I did nothing. I did absolutely nothing.
I heard it.
What?
I hope you're getting those creepers and putting middle fingers up. All right.
I'm
We're
not even
almost
doing
done.
that. I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm kidding. I don't care. We're almost done.
Also, people that have messaged me, I dropped my phone in between my mower and the mower deck. So give me a moment.
Okay. Well,
I'm not ignoring anybody. I just
sure.
The
I'm
mower
really
deck?
not.
The mower deck? Is that even a real thing?
Yeah, I dropped my phone between the mower and the mower deck, and
Okay.
So I'm not ignoring people. I just have to find my phone.
You're just assuming they're watching. That's funny. Getting called out by Haley. In proper English.
Yeah.
I'm
He's like,
sorry.
"Last time I tagged you on Discord." That's like Haley cussing you out right now in the most polite way
know.
ever.
She did. For fuck's sake.
For fuck's sake. Carmen.
For fuck's sake, Carmen, this is the last time I tagged you anything on Discord.
Good Lord, King Louis the 14th. Jesus.
Just listen. we'll schedule tea time. Does that make up for it? I have to find my phone first.
Okay. Well, Carmen has a fancy lawnmower that has a pretty big deck.
Ooh.
Yes. I didn't
Snipe
know
keeps
men's
his
lawn-
deck. Snipe keeps his deck clean so he can find things on it
No,
easily.
my deck is clean, but I'm going by caveman times. I'm trying to find it with caveman.
Bobby said bring the beans.
No.
I'm
Okay.
just, I'm trying. All right.
Okay, I'm gonna let you do that. Oh,
I gotta find my phone.
Okay, you do that.
She tries to conceal her actions by throwing the knife onto the roof of a neighbor's house. And then she doesn't say anything to the police about any knife or about any stabbing, and she pretends that she didn't even know anything about any stabbing. Because of the mitigation in this case, I'm not going to give her the maximum in this case. But because of the aggravation in this case, I'm not going to depart below the guidelines. I'm also not going to impose a guideline sentence either. These facts are not unaggravated. The actions of Rachel Wade have caused a lot of pain. And these actions are not unaggravated. Accordingly, the court will adjudicate the defendant guilty, will sentence her to 27 years in the Department of Corrections. Court costs are $550. That includes a discretionary felony fine of $125.72, plus $100 for cost of prosecution. They're payable to the clerk's office. I'll order that you give a DNA sample in the Department of Corrections. And there's a restitution lien to the Crimes Compensation Trust Fund, the amount of $5,828. Anything else from the state or from the defense?
No, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate your patience today. As I said before, we'll wait for the litigants to leave the courtroom.
All right. And on the issue of an appeal, I don't know if she's going to hire you or anyone else for the appeal, or if she wants me to inquire about appointing the public defender's office.
Let us discuss that, Judge. The court's sentence is extremely fair, and we would respect it, and I'd like to talk to her about her options.
All right, so I will not appoint the public defender's office at this point. Obviously, if she wants to appeal, you'll have to file a notice of appeal within 30 days.
Yes, sir.
And then if there's an issue about the public defender's office being appointed, then you'll bring that up, and then I'll deal with the issue. Obviously, she doesn't have the funds to hire a lawyer, and she's not going to have the funds to hire a lawyer, but her family very well, of course, may. So we'll deal with that if that comes up. Anything else from the state?
No, sir.
Okay. I would advise you that you have 30 days to appeal the sentence of the court and the judgment of the court. Good luck, and good luck to all of the families involved here. As I said, there's been a tremendous amount of pain for all of you, and I hope that through time and through effort on your part and everyone else's part, that healing can occur, and that we can all make the best of the rest of our lives and continue on and help others throughout life as best we can. Thank you.
Sarah Rodriguez.
They've never cuffed her. Usually they cuff them in court.
Yeah, why are you not?
Oh, they're gonna fingerprint her. You think they would have done that by now? She's been in jail forever.
It's a different.
She's just been in jail this whole time, but like not fingerprinted.
It's different.
It's like quick about it too. Ching, 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 ching. Give me that. Give me that.
That's a different type of printing.
All right, so that's not exciting, but I do have.
I have a question.
Okay.
that I feel like I should know the answer to, but I don't. When somebody gets convicted and they have all these court costs, can you still get commissary? Because you're
I
in
don't
debt.
I don't work in the jail system.
Well, that's what came to my mind was, can you get commissary? Because technically you shouldn't be allowed.
I mean, you're
Your
just assuming
account.
that her parents aren't going to go pay her fines off.
Yeah.
Bad Dazzer says, yeah, you do. At least where he lives in Scotland, right? You Scotland?
No, I
I
think
thought he was Scottish.
I think he lives in England.
Yeah, Carmen asked that. Yes.
I genuinely don't know. So on Wednesday when I go back to work, I'm actually gonna ask that question.
Well, it's
To
maybe
get
different in
clarification.
different places.
Well, it would be different than in a county jail, but I do want to
Oh,
know.
sorry.
I do want to know uh, when you're in
North
prison.
side. Sorry, I got so excited when she said up north.
I knew there was somebody from the north side,
I
and it
do
would
want
be
to
Bad Dazzer. Yes.
Sorry.
All right. Sorry, Carmen.
I do want to know if you get sentenced to prison, like if you're serving prison time and you have all these fines, can you still get commissary? Or is it taken out of a different, they take a percentage of it? That makes sense.
That's in England, at least.
That makes
Ronnie
sense,
says, I
though.
think a percentage is taken out of commissary. That makes
That
sense.
makes
I mean, it
sense.
should be. Okay, so her sentencing took place on September. I'm gonna get out of there. September 3rd, 2010. On February 17th, 2012, she loses her appeal for a new trial. Her current status is, as of late 2025, she remains incarcerated at the Lowell Correctional Institute in Ocala, Florida. Her current scheduled release date is March 21st, 2032. I do think that is very close to when Dahlia's getting released in 2032. Would that not be crazy? If they came
Well,
walking out
they said
BFFs.
they said that they're in the same prison.
Yeah.
I don't. Was it Bad Dazzer? Can't remember if it was Bad Dazzer, John, or
John
Bobby.
Gary.
Or
John Gary said that. He finds all this stuff. So following the criminal conviction, Sarah Ludeman's father, Charlie Ludeman, took further legal action. In April 2011, Charlie Ludeman filed a wrongful death suit against Rachel Wade. The family sought at least $15,000 for medical and burial costs, but Charlie Ludeman stated he did not actually want the money. The primary goal was to ensure Rachel Wade could never profit from her crime through book deals or media appearance, a concern that grew as the case gained national attention. I don't blame him.
So I'm gonna hit. They're talking about fingerprints right now. I'm gonna hit a little bit on that. The way that they just did it is a pretty old technique,
Well, I mean, it's 2010.
but we still practice that now. If we, it's one of those, if we really want your prints, like we really, really, really want them. Every now and then, I've yet to see it in Texas, but in Indiana, there's 3 different cases that were brought across my desk where it wasn't digital fingerprints. It was digital fingerprints plus roll them. And it said in all caps in the email, roll them well. They wanted these prints because turns out one of those individuals, the prints matched 2 different other unalivings. And they really, really wanted them. So they wanted to make sure that they were able to charge this person with the digital and me rolling them. And so they ended up getting charged for those previous unalivings actually happened in the 90s, early 90s, and they were convicted for it.
All I can think about is roll 'em, roll 'em, roll 'em.
Roll 'em. But now, I'm not gonna lie, I feel so bad when I fingerprint people. I do the shittiest prints. Like, I really do. I get frustrated with our fingerprint machine, and I override it because I can. And I'm just like, override. And this person's print comes out like crap. I'm like, man, I really hope you didn't like do another crime.
Rawhide.
Rawhide.
Roll 'em.
I think rolling prints pulls a sharper image than digital.
Absolutely. And if I fingerprint you, it surely does.
Say it again, Carmen, about the fingerprints. It gives a side, sides of your finger.
Okay,
and they press so freaking hard. I hate it. Not that I've ever been arrested. I've just had to get when we used to have to get our firearm permits here.
Well,
you had to get it fingerprinted there, and
I'll say some things. That's really creeping me out. So I got arrested one time.
Which I've never been arrested. Just so
I know. Out of the two
I've
people,
also never been arrested.
Out of the two people that were talking that are above my head right now, I'm the one that has. And so it was really ironic. Actually, got arrested by my own police department that I work for.
That's fabulous.
I didn't get charged or anything.
It was after I had told her, you know how we discussed earlier how right I am all the time?
Yeah. I remember this. That was
it was after
before we started.
I had told her repeatedly to go home. Actually, to come to my house and to leave the area.
Go home.
to leave the area where she was at and get home. And she's like, no. So I woke up the next morning and I checked to see where she's at. And I was instantly mad. I knew where she was at, and I knew why she was there. And it was like 6 a.m. She calls me, and wakes her dad up, and
I need some bail money.
I didn't even, before I even answered the phone, I said it. I was so pissed. I was so mad. I was like, she's
I
in
will
fucking
say
jail.
I will say this. That is hands down the maddest I've ever seen my mom.
Did you answer the phone, AJ, and like where it said like, yeah, you have a phone call from this, and then
no,
instead
it didn't say that.
Name,
no, because
but instead of Carmen's name, it said, I didn't shoot the deputy.
No, because I called her from a different phone, so it wouldn't say that. But I knew she was so calm. And I knew that she knew where I was.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I need some bail money. Like the charge, I can't just get a release on my own recognizance. I need bail money. And I almost just hung up the phone because of how calm she was. I was like, I'm just gonna stay here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You're lucky you have a mom who would answer the phone, because my mom, I would have never even called her. Because I would have just known. Would have been just staying there forever.
I do want to make it abundantly clear. I was never charged with anything. Not only was I never charged with anything, the officer that arrested me was actually suspended for falsifying a probable cause affidavit.
Oh.
But word of advice. If somebody slams you on the ground and you look at them and you say, why am I under arrest? And they tell you for resisting arrest, don't turn and look at them and say, don't I have to be under arrest to resist arrest? You fucking dumbass. Don't say that. It's
Bobby,
bad
did
news,
you hear
guys.
that? Just listen up, Bobby.
And then when I got to the jail, I asked them, y'all feeling froggy?
Hey. Carmen's over there with big iron on her head.
So then the captain came down. She's like, don't fight the staff. And I was like, I'm not going to. I said, honestly, I'm tired. And I said, but you guys want Froggy? Because if it's gonna be the staff, like I'm gonna fight somebody. It's gonna be my own coworkers that I work with every day. And she's like, don't fight the staff. I was like, I won't. I said, tell them to get away from me. Because then the reality of everything set in. And so I said, get away from me. So I booked myself in, took my own mugshot, and fingerprinted myself. And then just went and sat. I wasn't allowed to be with anybody else. I was in protective custody.
Carmen's just sitting at the staff lunchroom drinking coffee with everyone.
Pretty much.
No, when the bail bondsman got there, he looked at me. He's like, "So, what'd she blow?" And I'm like, "What?"
I wasn't intoxicated.
And he goes, "What'd she blow?" I'm like, "She wasn't drinking and driving." And he goes, "Oh."
So, before you finish that, so
you are correct.
So second shift used to be known as the OWI squad, and driving while intoxicated. And my sergeant at that time had 3.
Oh,
Caleb, my little rotisserie chicken. I miss you. Anyways, but that's why the bail bondsman, he thought that I just had went in with what my other coworkers have gotten, and that was not it. What I got hit with was actually resisting arrest. That's all I got charged with.
And you know how she would have avoided all that? If she would have just done what I said.
Oh yeah, because like I'm giving you the how do you say it? Like the Hershey Kiss version of it.
The Hershey Kiss?
I don't know how else to say it, but no, the
I don't know.
police
I
took
wouldn't say anything about jail and a Hershey kiss. That's all I gotta say.
I don't know how to say it. Okay, here's what actually happened. Let's just get down to the nitty gritty here. Okay, so my ex-girlfriend.
I am kind of feeling froggy, so let's do this.
My ex-girlfriend didn't quite know what she wanted in life, which is okay. And she took my apartment key from me. And then, so every year, my family has a Memorial Day weekend party. And so I actually had told her.
At band camp?
I told her, I said, I'll probably just stay at my parents' house due to the Memorial Day weekend party. And then that party ended early. And so I said, I'm just gonna go home. And then me going home ended in the police kicking on my door. So that was fun. And
sounds like a good time.
Yeah, then it just
was a
went,
blast.
it
That's
went
how I got to
downhill
spend
from
my
there.
Memorial Day. It was a blast. Like, oh,
bad.
hey, yay.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was great.
I mean, I gave birth to you. Wasn't that enough?
Well, the guy that was sitting in the room with me waiting to get his daughter out, well, she'd had a much more exciting night. And
Hey, I still talk to her.
they're friends. She ended up being a waitress where my dad and I would go to have lunch all the time. So it's like, hey, what's up?
Hold on.
Any more
Hold on.
high-speed chases with your boyfriend and crashing and,
You missed the key
things?
part. You missed that key part right there. So my mom comes into the jail, like, she's pissed. And I'm looking at her in protective custody because I can see. And I'm like, I know what key it is to unlock that door. You can lock it right back. No. She's mad. And I was so happy when he went out and he said, this charge is bullshit. So happy. Because I
He
saw
did.
the look on my mom's face being like, okay. Like, that's the key part you were missing.
He
It's even
said,
the bail bondsman.
this charge is bullshit. Fight, like, you need to fight it. Like, alrighty. So we didn't have to fight it. The judge was like, this is stupid.
Yeah. Like,
But
the
it took all
judge-
day. It took all day to get to this is stupid.
Yeah.
Like, go here, and if your case is called, and then we're in a bunch of room with other people that was like, holy crap, what'd you all do? And
Well, it was because
Go to the
it was
coffee
because
shop at the corner, and when you get this
Dekoff-
envelope, go to the next spot.
pretty much.
So Dekoff was even mad about that. I later found out that I was supposed to be put in a separate conference room while she was reviewing the body cam footage. So the judge saw the probable cause affidavit, and she said, if this is really what happened, then why are you not charging her with a level 5 felony of assault and battery on a police officer? And she said, let me see the body cam footage.
Just like pictures or it didn't happen.
Well, pretty much, because this officer said I swung on him. And I would never do that. I don't care what's happening. I don't care. I will not swing on a cop. And if they even, no matter how chaotic the situation may be, if a cop tells me to get on the ground, I'm getting on the ground. And just out of respect for them. He said I swung on him. What actually happened is his dumbass came and tried to hit me from the back, and he didn't get me on the ground. And I turned and I looked, and I was like, what are you doing? And that's when he said, get on the ground. So I did. But he said I swung on him.
Hey, Sarah.
So the judge reviewed the body cam footage to see did I actually swing on a cop. And it showed not only did I not swing on a cop, I had my back towards him. And so he got suspended. He actually no longer works for that department. And I know where he works now. And it's yeah.
No, that face. When I kept looking at your mom's face, and I was like, well, if her face looked anything like this, I don't want to even know.
Yeah. Oh, my mom hates this story.
The only thing that
not-
I was missing that day, if I could have just had my abuse shoes to throw and be like,
no, my mom hates this
I told
story.
you go home. I told you to go home.
I did go home.
Yeah, when I had to come pick you up and go pick your car up and everything else.
That's
Like,
the other
hey,
thing. I forgot where I parked my car.
glad we got a day off. We got to go take care of her mess.
Yeah, that's like the comments I've seen my dad. Like my dad was really
Because
calm,
I think
but my
he knew he
mom-
needed to be, because he knew I was not.
No, you were not. You were like, you motherfucker.
I didn't say that, but I started at 100 because I knew where you
Yes,
were
dude.
before you ever called.
Are you sure it got chucked in the woods and not on a roof, Bobby?
I wanted to be anywhere else.
Well, you could have
Yes, when
came to my house and you would have been.
When Mike told me he was bonding me out, I said no. He was like, your mom's here. I was like, is my dad in the truck?
The building was burnt down. Did you burn it down, or was it already burnt?
Don't say another word, Bobby. Don't say another word.
Don't say another word. You're gonna get in trouble.
Do you want to come on and say it on live so I can record it to have it for later, maybe?
Just don't do it.
All right. I do have to wrap this up. I was supposed to be on Grandma's 55 minutes ago.
Yeah, I need to go to bed. At least my headache went away, but don't ask me to do time this ever. And I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow because we were supposed to do this tomorrow. So,
Oh,
I don't know.
hangout thing.
Yeah, you can't do tongue. So something that is incredibly illegal to do that I'm really happy I didn't get charged with, because I was in protective custody, the person that was in there before me was dry segged, which means they have no water access because they were refusing to go through the body scanner. I worked there. I know how to turn this back on. And I
Look at
did.
her. She's like, I'm gonna break the rules in my own jail because I know.
I
I used
asked
to
him to
work
turn it on.
here. They're
I
like,
asked him.
no.
I asked
Your
him
mom
to turn
said
it on.
no. Your mom said you don't get water. You can have some bread, but you can't have any water.
I
Yes,
asked him to
sir.
turn
May
it
I
on.
have another?
I asked them to turn it on. And they said they would. And I waited and I waited and I waited. And I said, I'm not gonna sit here in somebody else's species. Exactly. This is my house.
I
I
so
picture Carmen saying that though.
I've got a thing in mind, but then I'm like, I don't know how many of you guys watched it because it was the worst horrible trial ever. But
That narrows it down.
I know. Which one was it?
well, it was freaking Shonda.
Shonda, for the love of God, Mom.
Give it. I just don't
Shonda.
care. She had dumb bitch is trying to get a new trial. And she tried to get it a couple months ago. So she didn't show up to court, and then the judge, which I love the freaking judge there in that trial. He was amazing. So he says, you gotta be here. So then she shows up in court the next time. And if you watch the trial, when she testified and they were talking to, when she was under cross-examination about the freaking torture that she put her 14-year-old son through because she starved him to death and he weighed like 69 pounds when he died. And it was horrible. She threw up and had a panic attack.
And
then
pretended to throw up.
Yeah, she pretended. And she never came back to court. Okay, so
I mean, we didn't see chunks, so it didn't happen.
they did nothing. So she's catatonic now, and she doesn't show back up to court, but her attorney proceeds on with the trial. And so she's found guilty because she is.
Yes.
There is video of her
Ugh.
and her son's last moments.
It's terrible.
It's we didn't see it, but we heard it, and the hot sauce she tortured him with, and all this stuff. So she was found guilty in 2023, and now she's wanting a new trial because she's saying that she didn't agree that they should go on without her there.
Who else? You know who else didn't agree?
See ya, Heidel.
Baby boy.
Yes. So her attorney, a couple months ago, her attorney was on the stand, getting cross-examined and direct examination, talking about the trial, which was pretty interesting. So I didn't play that part because when it got time for her to get on the stand, guess who's sick and can't do it? She's just too ill. Blah, blah, blah. So finally, so Flashman sent me a message, I don't know, Friday or Saturday, I don't know what day it was. She finally testified last week. And I listened to it today.
It's the most horrifying
It's not
thing, right?
sad, Ronnie. It's not sad. You will be mad.
Like, that's where you deserve to get slammed on the ground.
You will be mad. She's got her dumb braids in again.
Right.
And you just want to take them and
she's just the worst.
just pull them. Like, you know,
She is
in
the worst.
Matilda.
Matilda swinging him around.
She swings them around. Yeah, that's what you just really want to do to her. because she's so horrible.
Yep.
So that was the very second live trial I ever did after I started this channel. To this day, it is always in my top 3.
35,000 views.
Because nobody else did it at the time. And I'm telling you, it was number 2 for me, and it was bad. Nobody was watching it.
What's your
but
number
me.
1?
My first trial?
No, what's your top?
It's either day 2 of that trial, or it'll be the current one that we're doing. But it's hard to knock that one out. So,
but
I don't know. I was thinking about doing that, but I didn't know if anybody would be interested. It's really interesting to hear her attorney, but to hear her and her dumbass excuses, and then the judge question her I love it. He did not give a ruling. He's going to issue a written ruling, which made me sad because I'm like, Judge, come on. We know you're not doing this. We know it. So, so I thought about doing that, and I could do that and take up the rest of the week. But I have to see if I can find her attorney's testimony. I think I have it saved.
I was gonna say, if you don't have it saved, I think I have it saved somewhere. I think I have it on one of my flash drives.
I mean, it's just, Ronnie, I'm telling you, you all will be throwing your abuse shoes, all of you.
Yeah.
You'll even buy more, so you can throw more. I am
And
telling
I'll throw
you.
my Sicilian cookiata, let me tell you.
Oh no, not the bucchiata. I do have to get going.
I'm hoping to get the written ruling. Whoever, see you, Carmen.
Hi, Carmen.
Bye.
So we may
hang out. Hold on. If you guys want to come hang out in Grandma's house, that's what I'll be at. But I was supposed to be there an hour and 2 minutes ago.
Well, then get going. Go and get.
Go and get. All right. See you.
Go and
guys.
get. Bye.
Get on a him.
Get. Don't leave. Thank you. Well, I'll catch it if it comes back, and then I'll throw it again. So I guess I don't need to buy it. Yeah, I mean, I'll go pick up the ones I've already thrown. See?
I mean, I can just send you some old Crocs to throw, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like, they deserve. We all know Crocs come back to you too, but so that may be it. That may be. I just didn't know if anybody would be interested in that. It's not like the trial. The trial was bad. It is not that. They asked her some. The state. I just was like, okay, high five. High five. Thank you so much. And then the judge, I was like, oh, I love you still. And her attorney is doing what he can. And her defense attorney in the trial did what he could.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a turd, literally, of a case. And they're like, she's like, polish
oh my God,
this.
I thought you... I was like,
And
wait,
it's still a turd. Like, yeah, it's still a turd. Like, it's just a polished turd now, but you can't even do that.
Oh, man.
So, I will get that together. All right, I'll get it together. Piece it together, see what we need to watch out of it. It may only take tomorrow. I don't know. But her testimony, for sure. For sure. Make sure you are, maybe had a padded room when you watch it, so you can throw things.
I got one of those.
He did. He had a literal turd, like a Roomba running over a turd.
That is, oh my God, you ever see that video? It's so gross.
It's like Carmen when she was when we were in the restaurant, and
Carmen is the Roomba.
Carmen wasn't the Roomba. Carmen dropped the turd. I didn't know that. And then the lady in the walker was the Roomba.
Ah, that's right. Lady in the Walker was the Roomba.
Yep.
Lady in the Walker was like, I know I changed my depends before I came here. What is happening?
Just went right through it. I just obliterated that. And My mom and I
It
were
was
like,
it was
oh my
only 4 years
gosh.
ago, Snipe. It was only 4
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah, it was yesterday.
It was yesterday.
She was probably 3, and we had been traveling from Indiana. We were in Nebraska, and so she was like, I have to go to the bathroom. I didn't realize she had shorts on. I did not realize that when I got her up from the table to take her to the bathroom, because I was just walking, holding her hand, that she'd already gone to the bathroom. And when she just lifted her leg, round balls came out, and I didn't know that until I got
Well,
back to
that's
the
on the
table.
internet forever.
And my mom was like, what is that on the floor? And I was looking like, I don't, no way.
There must be a
No
loose
way.
rabbit in here somewhere.
Yeah. And then, so then, I mean, like, there's nobody in this restaurant, right? So then we're staring, like, what do we do? What do we do? It didn't matter. We had no time to think, because here comes this big party of old people, and the lady's got a walker, and she just plowed through it, smeared all of it everywhere, and we were just like, oh my gosh. And the wait staff is like, what is that? What is that? And we're just going, can we get a box?
Adrian looks up, she's like, check please.
Yeah, we're not hungry. Oh yeah, they all got it. The walker just went. I mean, it was skid mark city.
Day trip from the old folk home.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only way I can describe
Nightmare.
it. It was just like, oh my gosh, we have to go. It's like, we have to go. Yeah, extra tip and bounce. I don't even know. I was like, can we just please go? Can we just go? Good, please.
The old
Nebraska plowing. Good one.
We have to tell that to Lesko whenever he comes back.
I have to do a proof of life. So I have to send his proof of
I
life.
know, right? I haven't seen him around in a while.
I generally
anybody
send him
from
one,
Lesko?
and then I'll be like, all right, proof of life, check in, and then he'll send me back laughing. Haha, I'm here. So I just that day, it's like, all right, whatever. Yeah, start dinner early so you're not slamming things around while listening, because when you hear Shonda, you might want to be slamming things around, but I don't know if she will be tomorrow or she will be Thursday. I come back after taking the trash out to poop balls, Walker story. I thought the plane was landing.
The plane has not landed yet. It's only Monday. Still halfway in the air.
The plane is landing on runway paved with shit. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yeah. All right. Well, yes, I'm glad you're done eating. That story never gets old. I mean, it is funny. Skid marks on the runway. We did feel bad. We didn't tell them what we knew it was.
They probably just
Dogs,
thought it was from
not
the old
trash
people.
out. Sorry. Sorry, Idol. All right. I am going to land the plane now. And we'll be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Time. I can't tell you that without having to worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. I can't. Who dropped the cake?
I don't know.
Gosh. Cake pops,
Oh, God. Poor Ronnie. Ronnie makes cakes. How do you think she feels?
Ordered
right
the
now?
chocolate logs. Oh my gosh. Ew. No, it didn't have any corn.
On a log.
You don't even know what I don't even know what you can even do. I know. I can't. I can't.
I love
Not
whoever.
much.
She's like corn on a log, and all I thought was corn niblets. That was the
Ew.
first thing that popped into my head. Bobby, no!
Okay. No, yeah, I'm with you. No. All right. We're out. The plane has landed. There are no sporks in this story. I don't know. Can't tell you what happened after we left.
Well,
Don't
I'll tell you
know.
tomorrow what happened.
All I can say is I think the old people got blamed for dropping the poop.
What the heck is that? Oh, it's the plane.
Yeah.
It was like,
Land in the plane. All right. See you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Do you know the rest? Say bye. Gabby.
Hot mannequin love is kinda uncanny. Click, like, subscribe, ooh, piece of candy. Looking for my spotlight, chasing my vibe. Still looking for my credibility online. Ooh, hot mannequin love, candy on the floor, don't pick it up. Chasing all the clicks, chasing all the views. Credibility's hiding, but I'm bringing you the news. Every little scroll is a mystery, but you stuck around, watch the show with me. Laughs and chaos, that's how we roll. Drop a comment down below before you go. Every little scroll is a mystery, but you stuck around, watch the show with me. Laughs and chaos, that's how we roll. Drop a comment down below before you go. Ooh, hot mannequin love, candy on the floor, don't pick it up. Looking for my credit, but I'll take your time.